Hello. Still slightly ill, but we are doing the Unlockathon. So let us begin Rhapsody to try to finish it. Okay, hold on. First, let's get the window open. I knew there was something I forgot to do. Hi, Weedy! Did you beat the guy? Did you do it? Yay! I'm so glad. I knew you were having trouble with the guy. Oh no! Oh, hi Riku. Thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Alright, let's do this thing. For realsies. No worries, take your time. I will be here, and so I assume that you will come back eventually. Should be all good. Thank you, I appreciate that. But yeah, so for those of you who don't know, I am attempting things. Did it not? It didn't. Dang it. Anyway, we'll just... I'll post them in the thing. Where, as usual, we're off to a great start. Just great start. Anyway. Hi, Easy! Thank you for the resub! Actually, for that, gotta make sure that... Oh! Deli! Hi, Deli! Thank you for the follow! Gotta do it. There, see? AZ, you have a command on my channel now. But yeah, the idea is... Now, granted, I'm not expecting to hit all of these. Like, at all. But, here are the general goals. But anyway, so we're gonna spend today beating Rhapsody, because I think we're pretty close. And then, if we finish a little bit early, I'll switch over to Higurashi. Anywho, let us begin. But yes, thank you so much for the raid and for the new followers. Hello, hello. Oh, I should... Where is the... Ah. Probably help. If I did this. Alright. Hmm? Oop, gotta log into the thing. Hold on. Oh no. Oh no. We are 2 minutes in, and the internet is doing its thing. Love that. Please excuse my internet. Alright, let's try this again for realsies. Wait. I realized I'm in the wrong dungeon, so I'm gonna fix that. I have it, don't I? Do I not? Yes, I do. Okay, good. I have plenty of these things. So where I actually want to be is back in here, because... One moment while I just double check something. I'll do it later. That's okay. I'll just periodically check chat. Yep. The idea is I want to get all the possible subs to unlock emotes on my channel, which the highest number was 50, and then anything after that will be going towards getting an Elgato. Because I want to try to play Switch games, but they're expensive. So, yeah. But first, we'll go back to where we're supposed to go. Which, wrong dungeon. We're doing this dungeon. And actually, who do we have with us? Let's do the subquest for the knights. Because this is where we want to be. Thank you, Dusty! Okay, we're at 10 now. That's really that. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna make a note of that, just so I remember who to thank. Thank you very much. You know what? You are extremely generous to everybody, and thank you very much. I still appreciate that you contributed. That means a lot to me. Thank you. So we want to go in here. So do the enemies, apparently. They're like, hello. Really? Really? Sure. Cool, we have a weird monster now. I'll take it. So let's see, where are we going? Where are we gonna go? Not there, apparently. Not there. Cool. I hope everybody's having a good day. What just happened? Who just... What? Easy! What? Amazing, thank you. I'm making a note of that too, but you're getting the command again. Thank you so much. Okay, so that should have unlocked one new emote. That's really cool, thank you. And actually, wait, where are my goals? What did we just... So I believe we just have unlocked the Platonic Smooch Redeem for realsies. Yep. At 20, we'll get 5 new emotes. So, no, thank you, everybody. It's been, what? It's been 13 minutes. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you. Hey, at least I'm not asking you to sit. Wait, no, that's not where I wanted to go. We want to go down, not up. Look at all these misses. Okay, that was a little excessive, but thank you. Now, where were we? You absolutely should do that. Please, yes. Whatever you have planned for that cosplay, please do it. It's Dragon! Hi, Dragon! Good to see you! Now let's see, where were we going? Where were we going? Although this dungeon's pretty straightforward. Because look at all these empty rooms. But yeah, sorry if I still sound a little ill. It's because, last week, I did in fact get ill. And I'm still getting over it. But I feel pretty good today. Thank you, I appreciate that. That's why if I sounded stuffy when we were playing Solasta last week, it was because I was. Still had a really good weekend with my friend, though. Except for Thursday. Thursday was not a fun day because I woke up with a fever. But over that, then we went to see a movie on Friday, which was really nice. We saw the Mario Brothers movie, which was a lot of fun. Cool. Charm of Valor. Alright, let's see what this does. Ooh, offense plus 30. Yes! Nope. Nope. So down it is. Yeah, basically. That is actually a very apt comparison because it has felt like, yes, I'm getting there, and then I like fall backwards ever so slightly because the symptoms keep coming back, and it's like, how about no? But the worst of it has been just, so far, I've just been sleeping a lot, which, isn't necessarily a bad thing. But it makes me glad I didn't, like, say, oh yeah, I'm gonna start at 10 a.m., because I legitimately woke up at 10 a.m. today, which I don't do. Ooh, another illustration. What are all these guys? Dragons and some pumpkin wizards. Excuse me? Excuse me? That is not what I meant to do. Well, that's okay. What? You missed. You also missed. Cool. Thank you very much. It shouldn't be too much longer, I think. I think I'm on the mend. But there has been a really nasty cold going around, recently, and I'm pretty sure that's what I caught. And we're still climbing. Ooh, what's this? Ooh, another illustration. I like that a lot of the illustrations are just down here. Are we there yet? No. Still going. You know what? Let's just use one of these. One of these. Nah. Nah. I'm actually gonna use the healing candy. What is this? Super bones. Okay, now we're gonna do the thing. Stop beating up my knight. It's rude. Oh no! Nope. I have no idea why my internet is like this, and it's always every time I try to stream. But we're doing this. We are doing the song reference. Alright, are people gonna level? Good. Good, okay. Good. Two steps. 2 steps, everyone. Okay, let's see here. Magic robes, okay. Nope, alright, so down it is. Wrong button. Royal bee. Very cute, though. Nope, still can't quite reach. That's okay. Where was I going? Wasn't there. Nope. Was it here? Nope. A lot of down. Nope. Nope. What's this? Darkstone. I have no idea what this is. What is this? Okay, apparently it's a key item. Still going. Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna save real quick. Thank you, Cornet. I can finally go home. My spirit leaves, but my puppet is yours. Cornet, I wish you well on your journey to save your prince. So, alright, that is one puppet quest down. And let's do another one. We were given life by Mutskai and Polanansky in order to fight the ancient weapon 16 years ago. Now is the time to fulfill our destiny. Now is the time to give meaning to our existence. So we're gonna fight this boss. And actually, because we can. Wow, Duke is not messing around. Why won't you go down? You can do it. You can all do it. Good. Mitsudaki's descendant. Mitsutaki betrayed us and sealed our power. He thought we weren't capable of defeating the ancient weapon. I'm glad we were able to prove ourselves in our first fight ever with the weapon. We shall now take our leave. Our mission in this world has been accomplished. Cornet, we enjoyed our journey with you. We'll meet again, Miss Cornet. Until then. Cool. Now we can get out of here. So I accidentally locked myself out of 2 of the quests, but I'm still gonna try to... Really? You don't want me to leave? Why don't you want me to leave? Can I leave now? No? No? Okay, well fine, we'll take the long way out. We'll use it to level up other people then. No worries. This is fine. But we'll do Shartae and Terra next. But yeah, I basically should have done Flares and Koro's quests earlier. But that's okay. I can still get most of them done. Can I exit out now? Did you just not like the... Nope, okay. Fine. We'll go back up the long way. The very long way. Just so many stairs. I haven't had you cheese it in a while, so that's what we're gonna do. Rude. Miss Cornet, thank you for all the wonderful experiences you've shown me. With all these experiences, Shartae and I can now be reincarnated as humans. We will never forget our journey with you, even after we've been reborn. I'll try to make up for what I did when I'm reborn. Only our souls will leave. Our puppets will remain with you. Thank you for everything. Yes, Miss Cornet, thank you for everything. So now we'll get... Michael and Caroline have a while to go yet, but that's okay. We'll get to them if we get to them. Because they're another level-based quest. Ah, it was Holy. Holy was our friend. Okay, we're free. So now... let's just, pretend like we meant to do that and leave. And leave. It's fine. This will become mine eventually anyway. So, let's see. Yeah, let's just go to the end game. So now we go to Cape Hope. Well, save real quick. But yeah, basically all the little puppets have different little quests that you can do to get, ultimate moves. No worries, thank you, Edie. But first we gotta fight some dragons. But thank you, Edie. 10 months in a row? Thank you! I'm always amazed when everybody has like, oh no, I've been subscribed for a while. What? So we beat the dragons, and we place the stones on the altar. Okay. That's one way to do that. Eat 'em up, Caroline. Alright, now you beat him up. Good job, Fruggos. You're so cute! Look at you, you weird little dragon. Oh, here we go. Well, what do we have here? A brave girl fighting against impossible odds. Meow, go. Crotia, stop her at all costs. Yes, meow. I should resurrect it before anything else gets in my way. What could it possibly be? Golonzo. Yes, ma'am? Give me a massage and clean the toilet after you're done. With your tongue. Alright. Whatever floats your boat, Marjorie. Alright, let's see. Oh, there's stairs everywhere. Oh no. Oh no. We're saving. Beauty Castle. I love it. Cool, thank you. We're gonna be lost in identical rooms for a while, probably. Why are there so many of those things? Alright, that's a nothing. Nope. Nope. Welcome, little girl. I'm surprised that you made it this far. I did it by just wandering around aimlessly. It's fine. No one in Marl's kingdom would dare challenge me in my own castle. Hand over the prince or else. I don't think so, peasant girl. If you want him back, you must defeat me. The winner gets to keep the prince. I got 3-1 odds on Cornet, so who wants to place the bets? Whose side are you on anyway? Come on, little girl, I'll show you what I'm made of. Behold the power of Marjorie. Alright, bring it on. I think I have enough for pancakes. I have enough for pancakes. Pancakes. Well, that's 2 of them. Alright. Alright, so it's just you, honey. It's just you and me. Good job. Do it again. Alright, Cornet. Alright. Toot your horn. Not Giga Holy Giga Saint! Missed. That's okay. Alright, do it again. Oh no! Look at that! Very nice, Fraugos. I've underestimated you, little one. Now behold my true power. Didn't you say the same thing earlier? Shut up! I mean my real true power! Stop! Enough of these foolish games. I was merely pretending to be your slave, but no longer! I will become the ruler of this world, and all of you shall die. Come to me, weapon of the ancients! Didn't we just? Oh, that's the big metal thingy in my dream. What is this thing? How am I supposed to know, meow? That's what you were working on in the back, huh? Do you think that hunk of junk could possibly defeat the magnificent Marjorie? Ha, Gonzalo, you've totally lost it now. Ha 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 ha. Don't underestimate me, old man. Alright. Ma'am, I outlevel you. Ma'am, you have more HP than that. What is this power? It can't be. Now it's time to finish off with my ultimate spell. Aha! Huh? I think I messed up. I can't believe I'm related to her. Huh? Ha 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 ha, I guess I won this round. All that's left is the destruction of the prince and the world will be mine. No! No! Thank you! Love you too. What do you want from the world? Rule over the world? Why are you staring at me like that? You aren't thinking about fighting it, are you? Of course I am! Pretty little brat. My prince, please give me your power. Mother, I'll pay them back 10 times what they did. Alright. True boss! Alright. Sharte? Sharte. Cool. Alright, Michael, your turn. Cool. Behold the power of pudding! Alright. Alright. Nope, not quite. Okay. Alright, Cornet. Toot the horn! Yay! I did it? That can't be! A girl! Aha! Magnificent! This is truly magnificent! This can't be happening! It's too strong for me! Cornet! I can't do this alone! Don't give up, Cornet! Hoodoo! Italy! Hoodoo! It's Oli! I can't let you take all the glory, Cornet! Ha ha ha! Fight, Cornet! Yeah, you're right. I haven't come all this way just to stop now. And I'm not alone. We can do this! Alright, round 3! For realsies. Thank you, Atoli. Alright, Charte. You've still got plenty of magic. Cool, let's get some of them out of here. Cool. Now it's just you. Don't bully. Oh no! It bullied Caroline! How dare. That's okay. I'll heal her later. Laser? Oh, wrong thing. Thank you, Atoli. She shot it to death, everyone! Omega Holy. Now you learn Omega Holy. That's fine. That's fine. We beat the game. Good job, Cornet! See, Cornet? Where in the world would you be without me watching your back? To be fair, you dealt the final blow. Mother... Oh, look at him sneaking away! And just where do you think you're going? Yeah, Gonzalo. What's the big hurry? Punishment! Punishment! Hee 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 hee. Yep, rip to you. I guess we'll take her too. Yep, bye. Hey, Cornet, give the prince a kiss! Smooch. Little smooch. Hey, he's back! Where am I? Oh, I'm glad he's safe. Take his hand and lead him out of here. Cornet, where are you going? Don't you have something to tell him? I couldn't possibly. I managed to come so far, but was I doing the right thing? We've gone through so much and I've done many things that I regret. Which, I mean, yeah, we have a body count. Do I really deserve to be happy? Wait. Are you going to make one more person unhappy then? If you leave now, I'll probably never see you again. It would be a shame to live life without being able to share the love that my heart holds for you. Oh, you complete nerd. While I was dancing with you at the party, I noticed that all the other girls were looking at me as just the prince. No one really sees me as just a person, the complete dork you actually are. But you, Cornet, you were different from the rest. You're not like other girls. I knew right then, when you looked into my eyes, that you were the one. We've all done things that we often regret. Did you kill an entire species? Just this once. Listen to your heart and stay with me. Okay. Matwitch. Do you, Ferdinand, take Cornet to be your lawfully wedded wife? I do. Do you, Cornet, take Ferdinand to be your lawfully wedded husband? Yes, I do. Aw, that's cute. You may now kiss the bride. They have smooched. I heard that Marjorie fixed the wall she destroyed in the main hall. I guess she's not all that bad. Congratulations! Ever since Queen Sigrid became queen, parties have always been formal. But I guess today must be a really special occasion. The prince is back and he's getting married, and Galonzalo is gone. Things are going smooth and it's starting to scare me. Queen used to be a commoner too, so I'm sure she can give you some advice. The queen for the past 2 generations has been a commoner. My, how times have changed, huh? You have such a beautiful dress, I envy you. Thanks, the developer made it. I dreamt of being the princess bride, but since you're the one, congratulations! I thought for sure that Atoli was going to be the princess bride. Thanks. Grandpa! Hi, Grandpa! Oh, what a beautiful bride you've become. Your mom would be proud. See, now you've done it. I'm starting to get all misty-eyed. Love you, Grandpa. Alright, who are you? That was a beautiful wedding. Thank you! Wait, am I trapped now? Grandpa, thank you. Alright, I can't go anywhere except this way. Lol, I can't escape through the bathroom. Oh no, I guess I have to be social at my wedding. Oh, here we go. Kururu. I'm so happy for you. Goodbye, Cornet. Please don't go, Mom. Cornet? I see. You know. You've become so strong, Cornet. Like I knew you would. Please, don't leave. I don't think I can go on without you. I was able to come back to you as Kururu only until you found true happiness. I'm happy being with you. There are people here who truly care about you, Cornet. Don't cry. People will come and go in your life. That's inevitable. You fought for what you believed in. That's all that matters. I'm proud to be your mother, Cornet. Mother. That's how people grow up. I was happy to see you grow throughout our journey, Cornet. Don't cry. Smile for me. It's going to be all right. We're one and the same, you and I. We'll see each other again. I promise. Besides, your prince wouldn't like the way you look now. Okay. That's better. You always had the prettiest smile. Goodbye, Cornet. I'll always be with you. So Kururu's just a doll again. Mother? He has no idea what just happened. Oh, and credits time! Original localization! Love you! But yeah, look at how small this cast was. Yes, it was a very small cast, which is why it's like, no, for what they did, they did their best. But I really truly love this game. Love you, localization team! Thank you for playing. It was a delight to play. Oh, it's moving! Huh? Really? Oh wow, it is! I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. It'll be a girl. Huh? How'd you know that? Just because. A girl, huh? We should come up with a name for a girl then. I already have one in mind. That was fast. And what would that name be? Name her... And, so yeah, that's Rhapsody. Yep. Alright. With that, I did not expect that to take like an hour to finish. Amazing. Okay. Now they're Finn is a cute name, but no, their daughter's name will be Kururu, who is the protagonist of the next game. So we'll just exit out of that, and hopefully I didn't just. Okay, cool. But yeah, I was not expecting it to take an hour to beat. I was expecting maybe 2 hours. So we'll just move right along to Higurashi in a minute. Let me just change my outfit. Since we're getting into swoopy. Oh, and I can unplug the controller now. I should change the category. I'll do that. And now for the categories with that. There we go. And now... Alright, did that... Okay, hopefully that's saved. Anyway. Let us get the window going. Window. Window. One window was too large, and now a window is too tiny. Yeah. There we go. Alright. Let's actually make it a smidge. There we go. I want to be able to see things. There. Okay. Continue. Okay. End of chapter 7. I thought I was at like chapter 5. Whatever. We're going. Did I view all the new tips? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Continue. I let out a great big yawn. It was like morning had just arrived as I got to sleep. And Mom set up breakfast. As Mom set up breakfast, she gave me a pained smile. What's the matter, Keiichi? What time did you go to sleep last night? Mother, I had nightmares about the storage room. Well, I wanted to go to sleep at midnight, but I had some trouble with that. You were probably all worked up from the festival. No, that's not it. Crunch, crunch. I crunched down hard on the pickled radish to hide my embarrassment over the fact that you totally had nightmares about the storage room. After all that happened yesterday in our discussion about the sound Shion heard, that banging noise, like a child far away jumping up and down on a wooden floor. That story wouldn't get out of my head, so I had trouble sleeping. It was a long night, and I kept jumping at the slight sounds of a faraway tree branch, which should have either been unhearable or too insignificant to notice. That you've been spooked. When I woke up to the morning sunlight and birds chirping, it made me feel pretty ashamed about it, but I felt far from refreshed this morning. Keiichi-kun, good morning. Huh? Keiichi-kun, your eyes are all red. Why's that? Why? Oh, hey, good morning. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I'm sleep deprived today. Yawn. Yes, this is spooky story time. Keiichi-kun, good morning. Wait. The festival yesterday was a lot of fun. Randa's excitement took a long time to go to sleep, so I took a long time to go to sleep too. To sleep. In Randa's case, her excitement seemed to still be wide awake. Hello, kitty kitty. Hello, kitty. They should have this kind of festival more often, so we can have lots of fun together again. Ow! Yeah. Randa talking about the festival yesterday made me remember everything I'd nearly forgotten from last night. The inside of the ritual storehouse had been so utterly different from the relaxed, bright everyday life of Hinamizawa. All those stories that Takano-san told me too. Mysterious incidents that occurred on the day of the Watanagashi festival every year. Strange incidents where one person would die and one would disappear. The old stories of Hinamizawa flickering like a candle behind them. The numerous and horrifying traditions of the Onigafuchi village. The villagers with demon blood in them. The terrible cannibalistic feasts. Poor sacrifices kidnapped from human villages, victims of the Onikakushi. Quell the rage of Oyashiro-sama, the ritual involving sacrifices. There were also many, many others. So many stories that just remembering them put me in a foul mood. Most of them weren't fiction either. They were true. How do you know? You have one source! You have one source for this, Keiichi. We didn't need to fear them just because they were real, though. Since it all happened so long ago. Such a very long time ago. Where's Mi-chan? She's late. Huh? Before I realized it, we had arrived in a place where we'd usually meet with Mion. Probably because I was so lost in thought. We agreed that if she isn't here by now, we can just go ahead, right? Should we? Mion being late wasn't too rare an occurrence, but today she was unusually late. A few of the ominous tales from the night before came back to life in my mind again. Who would die this year and who would disappear? It couldn't have been Mion. What should we do, Keiichi-kun? If we don't get going, we'll be late. She'll be here. She didn't call to tell us she'd be staying home today, right? Let's just wait 5 more minutes, okay? Rena looked at her watch and seemed a little worried, but then she nodded with a satisfied smile. If we have to wait 5 minutes, we'll have to run as fast as we can to go to school or we'll be late. As soon as I thought that, we spotted Mion running towards us out of breath. Mi-chan! You're late! You waited! You should have just gone on ahead! Mion was breathing heavily, and her face was all red. Her house was right down this road, wasn't it? It wasn't far enough away for her to end up like this, was it? Mi-chan, are you not feeling well? Huh? Now that she mentioned it, Rena pushed Mion's bangs away and put her hand to her forehead. Rena, your hand is pretty cold. Mi-chan, you're a little bit warm. It's not a big deal. Give me half a day and I'll be fit as a fiddle. Mion, don't be like me. Are you really okay? You don't have to push yourself, you know? You don't? What's this? Kei-chan, are you worried about me? That's nice of you. That answer wasn't like Mion at all. She must have had it pretty bad. I just think you shouldn't push yourself so hard. We can tell the teacher you had to take the day off. I'm fine. I took some medicine. I also took medicine, Mion. I think it's already working. Mion forced an energetic expression onto her face and flexed her biceps at us. Okay then, let's go. Don't overdo it. But of course there's the time. What? We need to run or we won't make it. Ah. The morning sure is thrilling. Just what I need to shake off this slowness. Let's run. Hello, kitty. Hey, wait, you're sick. Don't go overboard. Mion began running vigorously anyway. Mi-chan is older than us, right? She knows her own body better than anyone. Hello, are you gonna come up? Oh no! Oh boy, love you, internet. Thank you. Hello, kitty. Alright. Meanwhile, I decided to leave it at that and assume she was fine. Great. Then we should get going too. We began to run after Mion. Hazel. Kitty, you just progressed the story. The school looked the same as always. The hours passed listlessly, and my lack of sleep took its toll. There's always a spot where people competed by sleeping. If there was a sport, rather, I'd be world champion right now. The trick to overcoming this sort of dangerous situation was to hold your pencil upside down. Why, you ask? Because otherwise you'll stab yourself. So you don't draw strange patterns all over your notes while half asleep. If you're holding your pencil upside down, that won't happen, won't it? Bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump, bump. Something that felt like an eraser hit me in the head 6 times. Ow, what was that for, Satoko? I haven't done a single thing! Who else would play a prank on me like this? Oh, it was chalk, not an eraser. Behind me, like a female outlaw might hold razors, was the teacher's shadow holding 3 pieces of chalk in each hand. Oh no! Rumble, rumble, rumble. My Barakun. Go and wash your face. Right. Gladly. That alone was enough to wake me right up. But I flew out of the hallway, as if shoved out by the pressure exuded by the teacher's sheer power. I was going to wash my face anyway. Then I would rather use the sink out in front rather than the ones in the dark restroom. Thinking that, I left the hallway and went into the entrance. The sunlight was strong. So strong you wouldn't think it was June. I turned the faucet and, with a lifeless bubbling noise, lukewarm water came pouring out. If I let it run for a few moments, would it get cold? I looked at it absent-mindedly for a little while. I knew you'd choose these sinks, Kei-chan. The ones out in front just feel better, don't they? Mion? Yawn. No cutting class now. I stuck my hands into the water to find it had gotten so cold that it seemed strange to have ever been warm. I scooped it up and splashed it against my face. Once I was done, I moved out of the way so Mion did the same. Mion, how is your cold doing? You're sleepy because of the medicine, not from lack of sleep, right? Huh? Actually, it's a secret, but after the festival yesterday, I got wrapped up in the party my relatives were having. And well, I had a bit. She made a gesture like she was tilting a cup into her mouth. Which means you didn't have a cold or anything. Are you hungover? How old are you? Give me a break. I really don't feel well, you know? I suppose she'd be feeling lousy either way. Still, you treat colds and hangovers in a completely different ways. I was worried over nothing. Man, I guess that's just like you, Mion. Mion scratched her head, a little embarrassed. She didn't seem to be feeling that well, but now that I knew it was a hangover, I didn't need to worry too much. It would go away with time, after all. Oh, but my head is really pounding, so. The teacher told me I should go home early. Ah, you cheater. So you are going home now, Mion. Now that I looked again, Mion had her bag with her. She must have been on her way home. Yep, I feel bad about it, though. I'll get some rest at home like a good girl. Sorry I can't make it to the club. Would you take over as leader for today, Kei-chan? I don't know if that will happen. We have this unspoken rule where we don't do club unless everyone is there, don't we? We never did it when you had to go to your part-time job, did we? Mion laughed wryly, saying we didn't need to worry about her. No matter how much fun we have, though, I think that feeling guilty about friends who can't share in it is a sign of really fantastic friendship. Yeah, basically. That's Higurashi in a nutshell. In that sense, the club Mion created is a wonderful thing. As I thought about it, the moisture on my washed face dried up. I suppose we were talking too much. If I didn't get back to class soon, I could get in trouble. Okay, later. I'm going back. Be careful on your way home. Don't wobble into a sewer or a brook, got it? I left it at that, turned around, and started heading back to the classroom. Oh, one more thing, Kei-chan. Mion stopped me and I turned my head to listen. What's up? This may sound weird, but don't think too hard about it. Well, that depends on what it is. Last night, near the end of the festival, did you see Tomitake-san or Takano-san anywhere? I suddenly tensed up. You know Tomitake-san and Takano-san, right? You remember, Kei-chan, when the four of you were talking during the setup the day before? If I could. I wanted to forget about sneaking into the storehouse that night as soon as possible. So hearing the names of the people I was with at the time really got to me. Besides that, though, why was Mion asking me a question like that? I ended up staring at her, unable to answer immediately. Was she asking to see if I had seen them or not? Or was she asking the question, knowing that I had? I couldn't tell. Well, maybe? I might have seen them around, I don't know. My vague responses were clearly not to Mion's liking. What answer was she expecting from me? There was no way for me to know. I see. Then one more question. On the same night, did you see Shion? My heart leapt into my throat again. The tiny needles buried underneath Mion's words pricked into me. Didn't you ask me that yesterday? I think I told you that I wasn't sure if I had or not. Did you? I guess I just thought I got a different answer if I asked you again. I suddenly noticed something in Mion's eyes. Something indescribable. Tomitake-san and Takano-san. Shion, too. She was asking me about them. There was no doubt about it. Last night, the four of us stuck into the ritual storehouse. She knew everything. So what? There's not really a curse anyway. That's right. Even Shion and Takano-san said yesterday during the festival that there was no curse. And that rather than a curse, it was the doing of the villagers. My blood curdled. Mion was, almost without a doubt, aware that we stuck into the storehouse? It was nothing strange. I screwed up bad flipping the light switch on last night. If Mion had been searching for me, it was simple to imagine that she had seen that momentary light and come to find out what was going on. Did you really not see her? Why are you so intent in knowing if I did or not? It's not important. It's just that there are some people who are speaking poorly of Tomitake-san, Takano-san, Shion, and you, Kei-chan. I didn't really hear what they were saying, though. Unpleasant sweat dripped down my arms, and the sound of it hanging from my fingertips was so annoyingly loud. I don't believe that you were doing something bad. I just wanted to ask a bit about it, so I did. Sorry for making you uncomfortable, okay? I found myself unable to reply. My reaction must have made it obvious what the truth was, and yet I couldn't explain myself. Kei-chan, you weren't with Tomitake-san and Takano-san or Shion. Right? Yeah. I finally wrung out an answer between a ragged breath. Mion's expression softened a little. That's good. I'll have to tell them. You weren't involved in anything bad, Kei-chan. So I'll make sure to tell everyone. Yeah, please do. Tell them I wasn't doing anything bad. To everyone. Make sure. Everyone. Who is everyone? Okay, later. I'll be better tomorrow. Bye-bye. Wait, Mion? What do you mean by everyone? Just then, a freezing cold hand touched the back of my neck. Hey, you're late, Mayabara-kun. How long does it take you to wash your face? It was the teacher. I was taking so long she came out to get me. I'm sorry. I was just speaking to Mion. I turned around, but Mion had crossed through the schoolyard without me realizing, and it was now standing at the gate. Come back to your studies. Quickly now. The teacher being insistent, we returned to the entrance. I looked back one more time, and Mion was nowhere in sight. Oh no, I'm in the red again. Oh no. Ichi, you haven't seemed well all day. It's clearly because you had far too much fun yesterday. I don't want to be told... Oh! Okay, are we back? I think we're back. Did it reconnect? Okay, cool. I don't want to be told that by someone who got lost. Your face is all red when you were nearly crying. Soka-chan was so cute last night. Hello. My friends did their best to try and cheer me up, but it didn't lighten my mood. Was it far worse than I thought? Had I really done something that terrible last night? These thoughts remained with me for the rest of the day. Bye, Keiichi-kun. I'll see you tomorrow. By the time I realized it, I was in front of my own house. We just teleported home. Michan had a cold, right? Could you have a cold too, Keiichi-kun? Could you? Gin has a cold. Huh? I'm fine. I may look scrawny, but I've never missed school because of a cold. That's unhealthy. Both you and Michan didn't look so good today, though. Thanks for worrying about me. I'm fine. Idiots don't catch colds, remember? Rina smiled, then waved to me and left. Ooh. With my shoulders bobbing up and down from breathing heavily, I entered the house. As soon as I got back, Mom called out to me. What? Keiichi, I'm sorry, but could you go to the library and return a few books for me? Huh? I don't feel like it. Your dad and I have to wait inside the house for a phone call right now, so we can't leave. I need to return them today. Could you please do it? Sheesh. Did it have to do with Dad's job? No point in arguing if they bring that up. I guess so, but I don't know where the library is. Oh, you don't? It's a little bit past Okonomiya Station. Just then the phone rang. My parents' faces immediately turned grim. Mom snatched up the receiver. Hello? Mayabara speaking. I'm sorry? Yes, he's right here. And she thrust the receiver at my face. It's for you, Keiichi. Don't take too long, okay? I tried to ask who it was, but asking the person on the phone directly would be faster. Hello? Ah, this is Sonozaki. Well, the younger one. Hello. Do you have time to talk right now? It's Shion. The older sister had a hangover today, but the younger one made no reference to it. Shion? I thought you'd be sleeping in today with a hangover, same as Mion. What? Mion had a hangover? That's so like her. She laughed warmly, but Mom glared at me silently, telling me to finish up. Whoops, sorry. My parents are waiting for an important call, so I can't talk for too long. What do you need? There's something I wanted to talk about, but if we can't talk for long, I guess that's That's that. She sounded a little disappointed. What would Shion want to talk to me about? Now I was interested. Then how about we meet in person? If you could show me where the library is too, that would be great. You mean the public library near the station? That's fine. I go past there on my walk to work anyway. Okay then. You know where I usually meet up with Mion? At the intersection with their small paths, where the small path from the Sonosaki house splits? Okay-chan. Did I not tell you? I don't live at the main house. I live in Okonomiya. If we could meet by the ticket machines at Okonomiya Station, that would be great. Main house. Living in Okonomiya? Now that she mentioned it, it always seemed like Sonozaki sisters weren't, always seemed like the Sonozakis weren't communicating. Did they live in different houses? Now that she mentioned it, Rena said she never met the younger sister, despite going over to play sometimes. Let's meet at the station, then. I'll go there right away. Bye! I set the receiver down and Mom immediately thrust a large pile of library books in my face. 6 volumes of long-form mystery novels. Nice! Mom had her own hobbies. Thank you, Keiichi. Be back by nightfall. Got it. Okay, I'm going. I suppose I changed my clothes and grabbed my bike key. I climbed the stairs to my bedroom. Shion had been waiting for me already, so meeting up was a smooth process. Wow, Mion never keeps her appointments. I mean, honestly. Making my sister the standard for everything will get you in trouble. Shion seemed a little unsteady too. She was drinking with Mion last night, wasn't she? You were drinking last night too, weren't you? Don't try and hide it. You definitely went home from school early. Oh, too bad. I've been at home all day in the first place. I'm smarter than Mion after all. Hey, I don't think you can play hooky. I think you can call playing hooky smarter. That depends on the context. You should finish your errand first. We don't have too much time. We're going to the library, right? Yeah, thanks. My mom had to return some books by today. Is the library far? No, it's really close by. As she said that, we spotted the signboard for the library almost immediately. If it was this easy to find, I guess I didn't need Shion to show me where it was after all. We rode around the bend, and the building was right there. Shishibon Public Library. Bonet. We lived in the country, so I hadn't expected too much, but it was pretty big. The first floor was actually a government office, so the library was only on the second floor, but it still looked large enough to fit a decent collection of books. We passed through the automatic doors and were greeted by a cool breeze of an air curtain. The cicadas had been loud outside, but it was quiet inside the library. The air conditioning inside was keeping the temperature at an ideal level for the books, which had that mildewy smell unique to old paper. I guess every library is basically the same. If there was one difference, it was that the people studying for tests weren't taking up all the seats. I was one of those people, but now it seemed like a distant memory. Hello, I have books I'd like to return. The library went through the process of checking them in and returning them, and returned my mom's library card. Nice and retro process. Shion was going around the bookshelves with a deeply interested look on her face. Like she wasn't the type to who went to libraries very often. Oh, yep. Okay. Since you actually redeemed it. Oh, wow. Okay, we'll do the kiss check first. To everything. How many points do you have, lady? Alright. Sip and a stretch and a posture check and a little mwah for you for being such a good friend. And let's do the compliments while I set up the thing for the ads. How many ads do you want? Because you are a sweetie, and you're so supportive, and you're just a whole lot of fun. And I really appreciate that you are my friend. You're so great. I appreciate you so much. Alright, we'll do... Once we scroll down... we'll do... 2 minutes. Oh, switch for easy too? Sure. Mwah. Thank you so much for all the kind things that you are so kind. Like, not even just to me, but like everyone that I've seen you interact with, you are super kind. And I think that's wonderful. There's a reason why we all just really like having you around. You're such a sweetheart. And you're just a lot of fun. So thank you for being part of my audience today. I appreciate that. Alright, didn't go to libraries very often. Sorry for the wait. I'm all done. Libraries sure are nice and cool, aren't they? Fun fact, they could be cooling centers in hot weather. I want to work in a library one day. I don't know whether to call that boring or dependable. It's a pretty small dream compared to your sister. Hehehe. You're gonna do great. Thank you very much. Hey, I wanted to work in a library. I don't care if it was small potatoes dreams, I made it. Mion would definitely want to be a hardworking employee for an international trading company or some other crazy job involved her running around the world. Compared to that, what Shion said is pretty heartwarming. Alright, I believe that is done. Well, we need to keep our differences dear to us. We're not copies. We're two different people called Shion and Mion. Twins have a lot to think about, huh? Still, it sounds like fun. I don't have any brothers, so it's just me and my parents at my house. It can get a little uncomfortable. It's the same for me. I don't live with Mion after all. Oh right, she said something like that, didn't she? Why though? Sisters living apart is unusual. We were getting tired of talking while we were walking. We ended up going to the lounge area, which was vacant, to continue our conversation. Ahahaha. Yes, Mion lives at the main house, and I live in Okonomiya. Okonomiya. What do you mean by main house? You make it sound like you're nobility. I mean, technically? It's just the main house. The Sonozaki's family's main house. Mion's the successor, so she lives with Nana and apparently studies all sorts of things in preparation for to be head of the family. Mion, head of the family? Kind of fit her personality, but it kind of didn't, too. Hey, Chun, you just moved here, right? Oh, no! Oh, I see it going red! Yes, thankfully, when it hiccups like that, it's usually not a bad hiccup, but it's still just like, oh no. This will sound like I'm boasting, but we of the Sonozaki family are kind of personages around here. Huh? Seriously? The word personage didn't really match the extreme sociable air that Mion and Shion gave off. From what Shion explained, the Sonozaki family goes way back to the beginnings of Hinamazawa. After the war, they had a bunch of successful ventures and extended their influence to a wide area. Sonozaki House is a foundation which, under the entire family, cooperates. Though the current family head, Grandma, is the one who built it. The entire family would provide backup to help one relative with a business venture. They were like a huge living company. This let them avoid tax-related problems and help relatives' ventures succeed, one after another, using large amounts of money. If you ever go for a walk through Okonomiya, pay attention to the signboards and stuff. There's a ton of shops that are managed by members of the Sonozaki family. Now that you mention it, that toy store looked like it was managed by a relative as well. Does that mean your relatives operate Angel Mort too? Even what few shops I was familiar with that were involved with the Sonozaki family. It was definitely surprising. The family is particularly strong in finance and real estate. Even a lot of members of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry either have the last name Sonozaki or are their relatives. There are Sonozakis in the city council and the prefectural assembly too, since they have the Okonomiya area giving them strong electoral support. Wait a minute. This is all escalating pretty quickly. Her relatives operate shops in downtown Okonomiya, and they're especially strong in finance and real estate? On top of that, a lot of those in Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives. There are even people elected to local offices. So then, the Sonozaki family is pretty famous in this area? Yep. Oishi, where did you come from? It's crazy. All of a sudden, a cigarette-smoking, overweight old man interrupted our conversation. Oishi, you crashed it. Wait, I know this guy. Hello. Good afternoon. Are you on a date today? What I would give to be young again. If you thought that you were on a date, then why are you bothering us? Oishi-san? That was it. He was Oishi-san, a police officer. I thought it was this person who came to my rescue when I got involved with those delinquents before. Now that I thought about it, Mion didn't seem to like him very much. No, I apologize. I heard a familiar voice, so I came over to see. Oishi-san laughed coarsely, not showing any signs of giving up. As Shion watched him do so, I didn't feel the same sense of malice from her as I had from Mion. Maebara-san, right? You're one tough guy. Two-timing the Sonozaki sisters, are you? No, I'm not two-timing anyone. I turned around to look at Shion and plead for help, but she grinned and maintained her silence. Her gaze wandered. She looked at the clock. I'm sorry, Kei-chan. I really need to get to my job. Huh? Oh, did you? Wait. Didn't Shion have something to talk about today? Now that this weird man was here, though. Yep, I'll see you later. I'll give you a call after I'm done. It'll be okay to call at night, right? Yeah. Probably okay. Then I'll talk to you later tonight. Bye. Shion left so fast she was practically running. Aisha-san waved after me with a grin. I felt like I'd been left here as bait so she could get away. Maybe she was lying about having to go to work. You're quite the big shot being close to the Sonozaki daughters. Maybe I should rethink how I talk to you. Aisha-san put a coin into a vending machine as he said something a bit appalling. Is iced tea okay with you? Do you want milk in it? Huh? Oh, no, I'll put some then in, alright? Here you are. He handed me a cup of tea, filled to the brim with ice. I looked at it absent-mindedly. I don't think I'm obliged to have a guy like this buy me a drink, but he did get it for me, so I'll thank him. Was Oishi-san just killing time? We didn't know each other well, but he was still engaging me in conversation about all sorts of dumb things. When I thought back to how I talked to Shion, this seemed like a total disaster. Maebara-san, how much do you know about Sonozaki-san? Other than what I heard just now, nothing. Until then, I hadn't known anything about either Mion or Shion, other than the fact they were interesting. I really did only just learn that she was the daughter of some prestigious family. The Sonozakis are a Yakuza group, with this entire region under their thumb. Plus, her father is a high-ranked executive in the blank Yakuza Association. Did you know that? What? An executive. Have you ever seen where Shion-san lives? It's a very picture of a gang boss's house, protected by high walls, barbed wire fence, and security cameras. If you have a chance, you should go visit her. Dot. She'd mentioned me being a successor, but to a Yakuza group? No. Not at all. A boring old Yakuza group isn't the only thing Mion Sonozaki will inherit. She's inheriting the Sonozaki family itself. I'll leave it to you to mull over what exactly that means. Do not let Keiichi mull over anything. He is gonna panic. Oishi-san had spoken lightly about this from the start to finish. But what he was saying wasn't light in the least. It was abrupt and unbelievable. Mion-san wanted to. She could still kill someone in the middle of the street and still cover it up. Why are you telling him this? Not only would witnesses not show up, but she'd put pressure on the police, too. Mion would never kill someone. Nah, she wouldn't. I'm just speaking hypothetically. Oishi, stop! Your name, was it? Oishi-san, right? Yes, that's right. Then Oishi-san. Whatever family Mion's come from, it doesn't change the fact that she's the best friend I could ever have, and I'm proud of that. I don't appreciate people speaking ill of her. I let my quiet anger show through my gaze as I stared at him. Of course, I could never seem to tell what he's thinking, so I don't know if it had any effect. Then let me be frank. If Mion-san was suspected of a handful of incidents, what would you think? Suspected? Incidents? We can't just say terrible stuff like that on a whim. Then it would be a misunderstanding, of course. Mian may say some dangerous things, but she's not the kind of person who would do something so awful. Maebara-san, keep your voice down. We're in a library. Oishi-san shushed me, but in a state of heightened excitement as I was, I wouldn't be calmed down so easily. Please calm down. As I said before, the Sonozaki family holds a lot of power in this region, for better or worse. So if anything happens, they wouldn't immediately be a suspect. They would immediately be a suspect. I'd appreciate if you understand that. Well, I know what Oishi-san is trying to say. Combining it with what Shion just told me about before, the Sonozaki family is huge and controls everything from Hinamizawa to Okonomiya. Mion, meanwhile, is the successor, who apparently holds strong influence over the entire family. Still, that's all? That's the only reason they're suspecting her? I'm just doing my job here. Not to doubt Mion-san or anything, but to clear up suspicion surrounding her. Please think of it like that. You could talk the dog out of a meat truck. He was the definition of shrewd. Of a shrewd, unfair adult. At this point, I began to think that it was no coincidence that I met him. Oishi-san, do you need something from me? Yes, I do. Keiichi Maebara-san. He answered in an absent tone of voice. Mion's being suspected of something, and you came to hear from a friend of hers. Me. Is that it? No, that isn't it. I didn't come to talk to a friend of Mion Sonozaki. I came to talk to Keiichi Maebara-san. It would have probably bothered you if I'd visited your house. To me? What do the police want with me? Having realized this fake coincidental meeting had me as its target, the mood immediately turned foul. Nah, ha ha ha. You don't need to be so tense. Calm down and just answer a few questions. Am I being questioned? Let's call it a chat with the guy you happen to run into. Oishi-san freely suggested that I relax. That said, behind his eyes was a light, which I could only see sometimes, that he was sharp as a hawk. I tried in vain to run away, and he might actually take me in and bring me into the interrogation room or something. That was an undoubtedly unpleasant thought. You had a roaring good time at the Watanagashi festival last night, didn't you? Don't beat around the bush, please. I can't do small talk right now. Last night during the festival. Did you see Jiro Tomitake-san and Miya Takano-san? Gulp. I could plainly feel myself giving a start. Where did I put those pictures? Oh, here they are. He opened a small notebook and removed 2 photographs. I didn't have to look. Who knows? I might have seen them around. I don't remember. I was asked the same question the second time today. I gave the same answer for the second time, too. Your memories are blurry? You couldn't have possibly been drinking or anything. Here, too, I got the same answer as I had from Mion. I realized he wasn't taking my vague reply well. Why is he asking me the same thing Mion did? The dark feeling I had nearly forgotten due to my conversation with Shion came rushing back in a hurry. We snuck into the sacred ritual storehouse, a punishable act. It was on a tiny impulse. It might not count as much for now. I do feel sorry about it. I'll ask you again. Did you see Jiro Tomitake-san and Miyo Takano-san at the festival last night? His tone was soft, but there was a dreadfulness in his voice, clearly different from the first time he asked. I'm scared. That's exactly how I felt. Hurt. Even if you repeat the question, my answer won't change. I don't really remember. That wasn't any better answer than I could give him. I didn't have the balls to say I'd seen them, nor the courage to admit that I had. I see. I just thought that maybe I'd get a different answer if I asked a second time. I'm too scared to look Oishi-san in the eyes. I'll change the question. Come on, Mayabara-san. Relax. Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders and squeezed them, as if trying to give me a massage. Do not touch the boy. It mostly just hurt, though. Still, why would he ask the same thing as me on? If he asked the same things, the next question must be... On the same night of the festival, did you see Shion Sonozaki-san? Clatter, clatter, clatter. I wonder what that sound was. When I looked down, and I saw that there was an unmelted ice cup, and I was gripping it in my hand. An unmelted ice in the cup. My hands were trembling from rocking the ice back and forth. Realizing that I had hastily put the remaining ice in my mouth, I crunched down on it. Sorry. I may have seen her, but, well, you know, she looks just like Mion. I might have just mistaken the two. Nah ha ha ha. But that can't be. Suddenly, Oishi-san grabbed both my shoulders and hunched down, giving me a level stare. This must be what it's like to be a deer in the headlights. I want to look away, but I can't. This is the first time I've experienced such a piercing stare. Mion and Shion-san wear completely different clothing. You wouldn't mistake the two so easily, I would think. Mayabara-san. His voice was harsh. Harsh. Same as when Mion said it. I could feel my heartbeat quickening. When I realized he could feel it through the hands on my shoulders, I got even more scared. Why are Mion and Oishi-san both asking about last night? I was sneaking into that storehouse. So bad. Ugh. I shouldn't have let Takano-san talk me into it. Tomatake-san casually said to check it out too, so... Even Shion, if she hadn't encouraged me... No, I understood. I was the one most at fault here. I shouldn't have let my curiosity get the better of me. I shouldn't have gone into the forbidden storehouse. Oishi-san? I think that's our cue to get out of here. A young man wearing a suit came into the lounge. From the way he held himself, I knew immediately that he was Oishi-san's subordinate. Oh, so it is. Closing time already? I hadn't realized it until he said something. The jingle and the announcement telling the patrons that the library had closed was starting to play without me realizing. I was so irritated and so overwhelmed that I couldn't even hear it. Well, technically they probably have about 15 minutes. Well then, Mayabara-kun. We're out of time, so allow me to take my leave. I'd like to talk with you more about this at your leisure, when you have the time. Excuse me. This isn't a joke. If I never saw him again, it wouldn't be too soon. Oishi-san followed his subordinate and left the lounge behind him. Halber spun back around. Oh, right, Maribara-san? What is it? Those two questions I asked you before. You don't remember well enough to answer either of them, correct? Right. Just so you know, you saw them all yesterday. You were walking along, the four of you having quite a pleasant time. Near the stone steps. I saw you with my own eyes. Ugh. I caught my breath and my heart seemed like it was about to stop. What a detestable person. He knew, and he was testing me. We'll meet again. Have a good year. I sat there like a rock unmoving until I could no longer hear the clacking of his footsteps. Alright. Is that the halfway point, or is that the end of a chapter? Halfway point. Alright, so I'm gonna save real quick and get myself some caffeine. So I'll be taking a little break here. Save. Alright, so we'll exit for right now. And we'll do the BRB2. Yep, I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Alright, let us continue. Thank you. I hope everybody, just had a nice little break. Let us go back to the spooky. I was on my way back home. The cries of the Higurashi accentuated the already lonely evening. More time had passed than I'd thought. The orange of the dusky sky was being chased down little by little by an indigo color approaching from the east. You gonna come up? You gonna come up? Exhausted from the slow climb towards Hinamizawa, without even noticing, I'd gotten off my bicycle and was pushing it uphill. Dot dot dot. I don't understand any of this. No one had told me to my face that I'd done something wrong. No, in fact, it might have been much easier on me that way. What happened yesterday really was just my curiosity. It really was no more than a quiet prank. No more than having the courage to cross at a red light as long as you did it with other people. The storehouse for ritual implements, hallowed ground, only accessible to the family of the priest. For sure, I'd seen terrifying things that I'd never imagined would be in there. Thinking on it now, though, it didn't matter what was stored away inside. It didn't make the wrong I had committed any more right. What the four of us did, Mion seemed to know about it. For some reason, even the police were trying to learn what the four of us did. Did we do something bad? Really? It doesn't matter how wrong it was. I did something wrong. It was nothing more than that, and yet I couldn't accept it. I didn't apologize to Mion or Oishi-san. All I did was shield myself with ambiguities. I did something wrong yesterday. I set foot in a forbidden storehouse for a little bit of mischief. I'll forget everything I saw in there. Miam. Hi. Okay, fine. Bird break. I won't ever do something like that again either. I'm sorry. If I apologize like that, would they forgive me? The suddenly cool evening air left no room for such sentiment, however, as it mercilessly chilled my feet, urging me to head home as soon as possible. In the end, the evening air was correct. If I trudged along such an isolated road, regrets would pile on top of regrets, but nothing would change. Let's go home. I'll go home, go to my room, put on my favorite music or something, and go to bed. That might sound plain and boring, but it's the strongest I've felt all day. Now that I've made a decision, there's no point in dawdling in a place like this. I sat back on my bike. I pushed hard on the pedals. I rapidly advanced forward. I steadily gained speed. The wind was cutting and mercilessly cold, but it actually felt good, as if it were softly pushing me. I didn't eat much dinner before excusing myself early and returning to my bedroom. My mom called me from downstairs. Keiichi! You have a call. It's from Sonozaki-san. Sonozaki? Was it Mion? No, it was Shion. I just remembered. She had something she wanted to tell me today. Oishi-san had interrupted us, so she didn't get the chance. Shion had said she'd call tonight. Hello? Is that you, Shion? Hello? Ran into a bit of trouble today, didn't we? She said it so plainly that I got a bit annoyed. She was the one who left me there and ran. Don't say that. I gave you the signal to run away with me, didn't I? You just sat there looking dazed, Kei-chan. I wasn't dazed. All of a sudden, you left me there, and after that, I had to put up with that Oishi guy for ages. Don't complain to me about it. I can't believe she passed it off like that. She looks just like Mion, and yet inside, is she this different? I got a little irritated with myself when I realized I was, somewhere in my mind, hoping for the same reaction I would get from Mion, even though she's a different person. Sorry. Next time I'll run away first thing and leave you there. Hey, it's ladies first! Ha 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 ha! Shion laughed refreshingly. When I heard her voice, I realized that she wasn't really angry or anything. It was just as she said. The cause of my temper was because of my own fault for not leaving immediately. I'll stop blaming it on others. Blaming it on others would be, hello, kitty kitty. Hello. Anyway, you had something to tell me, right? Oh, yeah. I mean, if you already know, then it's not something that bears repeating. Do you already know? She unloaded her voice suddenly, as if she were glancing around. I have no idea what I could know. I have no idea what I could already know. Hi, Beepy. Hi. Yeah? Yes? Sorry about that. Sorry, but I have no clue what you're talking about. I'm talking about my kitty kitty. At least give me a hint. Yeah? Okay. So that means you don't know. She seemed to take my stupid-sounding question as evidence. However, her voice didn't sound disappointed or exasperated in the slightest. Actually, it's about last night during the Watanagashi festival. My entire body jolted as if I was assaulted by a terrible feeling. Is Shion going to ask the same thing? Hello? Kei-chan, are you listening? Yeah. I am. What about last night? The four of us went in there, right? She didn't beat around the bush. Whether or not I wanted to admit it, that was the actual honest truth, and I couldn't act like it hadn't happened. Then, after that, we walked away together, and then we went our separate ways, near the stone stairs, right? Takano-san, Tomitake-san went to the stream, and you stayed there, Kei-chan. I went over to see some relatives. Yeah. Why do you ask? We won't make any progress if we keep asking each other questions, so let me ask this question first. Okay? You mean, did I see Tomitake-san and Takano-san last night? Huh? Oh, yes. Did you see the two of them after that? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't surprised. This is the third time I've been asked that question today. Why? Why? What the hell is going on? Why? Why are you asking me that? No, Kei-chan. I'm asking the question. Please answer me. Did you, Shion? If you answer first, then I'll answer. My shabby response betrayed how scared and small I felt now, after everything that had happened today. Shion didn't say anything for a few moments. Just as we were beginning to think I'd really put my foot in my mouth, with that response she finally answered me. Of course I didn't see them. My relatives were with me, and they can vouch for that. I didn't see them either. People can vouch for me too, like Mion, Rena, and everyone else. Now that we knew our answers matched, she let out a sigh that sounded more relieved than anything else. Thank you for answering me honestly. Okay then, I'll tell you. Apparently last night, Takano-san, Tomitaka-san died. Sorry, Shion. What was that you just said? Apparently last night, Takano-san and Tomitaka-san died. Takano-san was found burned to death. Tomitaka-san was... well, it looked like a suicide. I found out this morning. I heard my dad talking to a relative on the phone about it. Late last night, a police car on its way back from the festival security duty discovered Tomitaka-san lying in the middle of the road, heading towards Okonomiya. He had clawed out his throat and died. Yep, we're getting to the content warning part of this visual novel. Gets a little bit graphic. What? He clawed out his own throat. That bright, cheerful Tomitaka-san committed suicide? That can't possibly be right. Police did an autopsy. He did it with his own finger. Oof. He scratched at his throat so hard that it ruptured his blood vessel and he bled out. Died in a pool of his own blood. That's what they said. I've never heard of such an insane suicide. You can't just scratch open your own throat like that. I realized I was yelling too loudly, so I lowered the force I was putting into my voice. I didn't want my parents to hear me, so I switched to the cordless phone and ran up to my room. Sorry for yelling. So, was Takano-san... was that a suicide too? In her case, it's a little unclear. Takano-san's body was found in the mountains of Gifu Prefecture. Employees at the rest stop nearby reported to the police last night that they could see flames in the mountains. Firefighters dispatched there were the first ones to find her. An autopsy concluded that it was the burned corpse of a half-naked female. They initially considered the body beyond recognition, but directly after there was a request for a dental comparison from the blank prefectural police station in Okonomiya, and the results concluded that it was Mio Takano. The cause of death wasn't confirmed, but it was highly likely to have been a homicide since she was in her undergarments and her clothes were nowhere in the area. The oil drum had fallen over, so it's also possible she burned herself to death. Couldn't possibly have been suicide. If you're going to die, there are plenty of easier ways, aren't there? This can't be suicide. That's what I think. It's unthinkable that Tomitaka-san would kill himself, too. After the two of us rattled on at each other, there was a silence as we paused to catch our breaths. As we calmed down our nerves. Right then, I understood what Shion's story actually meant. I think it will end up being Oyashiro-sama's curse. We all did more than enough to deserve it, after all. Deserve? You've got to be kidding. It's not like Shion wanted to see it with me. I just went along with her. I tried to say that, but fell silent. Nothing would come of me blaming others. Didn't matter how much everyone else encouraged me. I could have put my foot down. I lost to my own half-assed sense of adventure and agreed to go in with them. Yes, it was my fault and no one else's. Hello, kitty kitty. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hi. Shion, last night, when we stuck into the ritual storehouse, did you predict things would turn out this way? Of course not. I mean, I thought it was pretty risky, but I never dreamed something like this could happen. Hi. Shion's words were probably her true feelings. She knew she could get in trouble if we were caught, but that was the thrill of this little adventure. Hi, BB. It was the same for me. Hi. Besides that, Kei-chan. Hi. Think about it for a moment. Hi. Didn't Oyashiro-sama's curse turn out to be a little strange this year? It was already pretty strange, seeing how Tomitaka-san and Takano-san died like that. Given that, what could possibly be stranger? I mean, that they found 2 corpses. Remember what I said? Every other year, one person would die and one person would disappear. This year is the first time 2 people have been found dead. That may be true, but it's not a huge deal, is it? It is, Kei-chan. Think about it harder. Listen. If 2 people died because of Yashiro-sama's curse, then in order to quell Yashiro-sama's anger, 2 people would need to be sacrificed. Is that how it works? So what? Tomitaka-san and Takano-san died, so now 2 people are going missing this year? I don't understand why, but when I said that, I felt my spine freeze. I don't think anyone's been confirmed missing yet. I don't think that those 2 people have yet to disappear. Shion, like me, was obviously getting the same feeling crawling down her back. Lord of the Rings, the murder mystery. Actually, no, I want that now. A Lord of the Rings flavored murder mystery. 2 people have yet to disappear? Shion didn't answer. I couldn't say any more on that either. A chill crept through my clothes and tried to wrap it into a fist around my heart. Cold hands feeling about on my chest. Can't relate. I've got a warm kitty. Neither of us could say anything. Tomitaka-san opened the lock and he died. Takano-san exposed the ritual storehouse and she died. 2 more people were to be sacrificed. Then they would be none other than the ones who entered with them. None other than us. No, this has got to be a joke. I wanted so much for her to pass this off as a joke even now. That thought was such an incredibly difficult and selfish request. Tomitaka-san and Takano-san had died in a common way like a car accident. I could tell myself it was a coincidence. Instead, he clawed out his own throat and she burned to death, drowned in oil down in the mountains. The 2 deaths were so out of the ordinary that I couldn't possibly dismiss it as a mere coincidence. It was as if, in exchange for sneaking into the ritual storehouse, there must be someone punishing us for some sort of cruel will working behind the scenes. Even so, I didn't want to accept that terrifying truth. If I did, then I would have to acknowledge that a horrible crisis was growing near for Shion and I. That's why I argued against it. I'm in denial about all the things that I did. I argued knowing I was running away. In the first place, it's not even in the newspapers, is it? Such a monstrous incident would be all over the newspapers and television. Magazine writers would flood the village too, thinking it would make an interesting story. Of course it's not getting reported by the media. That's how it was in the past too. When the incidents occurred over the 3rd year in a row, there was some third-rate magazine that sniffed out the story and ran issues full of gossip columns about Hinamizawa. Fearing that the region would develop a negative stigma, they negotiated with the prefecture and the police. Since last year, it became a big conspiracy where no information about the incidents was allowed to be leaked to the media. I heard the elders and the top brass from the Sonozaki family put all the pressure they could on the police. Then you mean their deaths are going to be dealt with in total secrecy? That's how it is. Of course the police are investigating it. That's being performed in secret too, though, so I hear the investigation itself is very restricted in what it can and can't do. Hey, no. You could essentially say they were interfering with a police investigation. That story was unbelievable. People died, and yet they didn't publicize it, and dealt with everything in secret. If you were to break it down further, it means that no matter who dies, on the night of the Watanagashi, it won't go public. That's the biggest pile of bullshit I've ever heard. Kei-chan, before I said how the villagers could be the ones carrying out Oyashiro-sama's curse, that's what I mean. At some point, a tradition was created here in Hinamizawa, where every year you were allowed to kill someone on the night of the Watanagashi, under the guise of it being Oyashiro-sama's curse. When someone dies on the night of a Watanagashi, it turns into the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The curse turns into the serial murder incidents in order to avoid excavating the negative stigma surrounding Hinamizawa. Those incidents are dealt with in secret. That's insane. Dead and missing people turn up every year. However bad the stigma gets, the police have to draw the line somewhere, don't they? You could say the incidents happening every year is mysterious, but the police... Huh? No worries. Thank you for the lurk. Every year is mysterious, but the police can get the job done when they need to. After all, the incidents always get resolved individually. Doesn't end up being a string of incidents, you know? It just so happens that something unfortunate happens on the night of the Watanagashi every year. Just so happens. I know. Okay, bye. That's all it turns into. Most of the criminals responsible for the original dismemberment were arrested. The last one managed to get and stay away, but the events were totally exposed and elucidated, so it was in essence resolved. The dam supporting couple who died in the accident in the second year, that was an accidental death, plain and simple. They made a lot of investigations into the possibility of it having been a homicide, but they didn't turn up anything. It ended up as an accident. It was resolved. On the third year, the priest fell ill and passed away. There were doctors present at the hospital at his deathbed, and they were all trustworthy medical certificates. They even did an autopsy. It concluded that it wasn't a homicide. That was resolved, too. On the fourth year, the sister-in-law of the dam-supporting couple was murdered. The criminal was an abnormal man with a history of regular psychostimulant usage. He confessed that he thought Oyashiro-sama's curse was so interesting that he wanted to try it out. The criminal died of an accident while imprisoned, so the incident was essentially resolved as well. That's right. None of the incidents had any relation to one another, and it was independently resolved. Oh boy. So why does this unfortunate coincidence occur every year on the night of the Watanagashi? You can try and say that it's a string of related incidents, but they're not related. Yet every year, someone always dies, and someone always disappears. The story Takano-san told me on the day before during the setup. Now that the curse really had occurred this year, I couldn't just laugh it off. Then, does that mean it'll come for us too? Just like how one person dies and one person disappears every year? Are you saying we'll be taken along with Tomitaka-san and Takano-san and erased too? My lips at some point had become completely dry, and just saying this was difficult. Shion didn't respond. Her silence, however, was the clearest form of confirmation she could give me. Sure, we went somewhere we shouldn't have. But we were just looking, right? We didn't steal anything or take anything out, and we didn't even tell anyone that we looked, right? I was already regretting having committed such a wrong. Even so, was it really so bad that Tomitaka-san and Takano-san deserved such a cruel deaths? Besides, I didn't care about anything I saw in there at all. Takano-san was the only one getting happy over it, wasn't she? Takano-san was the only one at fault. I didn't have anything to do with this. I'm not interested. I'm not involved. I don't give a shit about what's in there. I knew saying so wouldn't solve anything. I could feel myself. Whoop. Hi, Zerk! Thank you for the resub! How are you? I could feel myself, my cold self, in the innermost depths of my heart, disgusted at my pointless howling. However, my emotions had broken through the dam, and I couldn't stop them anymore. I don't have any interest in any of this from the start, damn it. All I wanted to do was watch Rika-chan's performance. You were the one who pulled me away from that, weren't you, Shion? I don't give a rat's ass whether those two were trying to steal something or trying to meet up secretly or whatever. That's right, you were the one who made me go in there in the first place, Shion. You were all, Kei-chan, you need to see what's inside, and you convinced me and pulled me in. I'm doing okay. Well, I hope you had a nice dinner. I hope it was a good time, and I hope she has a happy birthday. But yeah, hugs for you too. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Doing better than I was yesterday. I'm a little bit more awake. Still kinda getting over the sickness, but better. Why the hell did you do that? I didn't have anything to do with this. What will you do? What are you going to do, damn it? How are you going to take responsibility for this? Huh? Hey, are you Click. Without a warning, the phone cut off and the soft sound of the receiver being slammed down. Gina was just as terrified as I was, and I just said some really self-centered things. Yes, you did! My riled-up emotions disappeared as if they never existed, and in their place was surged waves of deep regret of having run my mouth so irresponsibly. You're very good at that. You're very good at just running that off. Ah, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm hopeful that I'm almost over it. I've had this thing for a week. I could try to call out Shion's name from beyond the disconnected phone, but it was too late. Just hit redial. What have I done? Shion was only trying to tell me as much as she could about this thing about to descend upon us. As for me, I could only whine like a child about it. I went to call her back, but then I remembered she lived in Okonomiya. I didn't know her phone number. Does your phone not have a redial button? Since I had declared to Mion that I'd seen Shion last night, I couldn't just call Mion and ask her for Shion's phone number. I was too scared. I couldn't even call her back. I was so stricken with hopeless regret. I returned to the receiver to its stand, and I simply prayed that Shion would call me back again. Please, Shion. Calm down and call me again. Ring, 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 ring. So who was phone? Hello, this is Mayabara. I swept out the receiver as I thought it wouldn't go through if I didn't grab it at that exact moment. Is this the Mayabara residence? Excuse me for the late call. I'm Kimiyoshi. Is this the head of the household? It was the voice of a middle-aged man. All my hopes rushed out of me. No, it isn't. If you need Dad, I'll go call him. I went to put the receiver back down, but the man stopped me hurriedly. Oh, no, if he's busy, then it's fine. This may be a strange question, but is my old man paying you a visit? No, nobody's here at the moment. I see. Again, I apologize for calling you so late at night. Goodbye. Clack. I didn't know who that was, but if it was Shion who tried to call... But what if Shion tried to call while I was talking to him? I thought, bubbling with egotistic anger. Hey, wait. Give it a break, Keiichi Maribara. Those are the selfish emotions that made Shion mad at me, aren't they? The more I thought about it, though, the more I thought about Shion, or thought that Shion had given up hope in the short time since we had our conversation and didn't want to call anymore. Calm yourself, Keiichi Maibara. If Shion doesn't call again, then first apologize in a calm voice. Or if she does call again, first apologize in a calm voice. If you do that, then Shion should understand. However, no matter how long I waited, the phone didn't ring again that night. Alright, is that the end of the chapter? Yep. Scrapbook and late night phone call. So let's do the tips. Close calls. Oh no, even the achievement is like how to phone. Alright, view all new tips. Here, we'll exit. That was all. View new tips from the scrapbook. The significance of the Watanagashi. Watanagashi, a festival of hunting for sacrifices and feasting on them. While the festival itself is remarkable, it has come to be considered a form of entertainment as well. Yeah, the achievement knows how to phone. Perhaps it was because of this disparity between being both an egregious act, and a form of entertainment that the perpetrators began to believe themselves transcendent. That is the wrong button. Oi. However, I found some very interesting literature about that raises questions about that explanation. As with most oral traditions, it's not easily swallowed, but it does mention a few things that sparked my interest. According to this literature, even the residents of Onigafuchi village felt fear towards this ritual. Women and children would grow pale and tremble, and those of weak constitution would vomit, but it said that the feast, the dissection, was an obligatory viewing. This is an extremely curious tale. Until now, I thought that the residents of Onigafuchi village were fascinated by the Watanagashi ritual. They looked down on those vulgar barbaric humans and cut them open like fish. By eating them, they reaffirmed their own holiness, at least that's what I thought. However, if the villagers gained from this ritual was not fascination but fear, then that would suggest the ritual meant something entirely different. There's the possibility that the executions were meant as a warning, encouraging the villagers to strictly follow the religious precepts created by those with power for their own convenience. Onigafuchi village had been effectively ruled over by 3 old families called the Three Families. Without investigating the 3 families, I probably won't get any closer to the truth of Onigafuchi village. Alright. From the scrapbook. 7. The 3 families. Oi, wrong button again. The 3 families refer to the 3 old families who effectively came to rule Onigafuchi village. Yes, all 3 of them. To break it down, there was the Kimiyoshi family, the Furure family, and the Sonozaki family, and each of them still exists today. Oh, well, we know 2 of these people, and the 3rd one just called, looking for his old man. Though they don't have as much control as they did in the remote past, they still hold considerable influence today. 3 families are considered to be legend by those whom the blood in the to be those in whom the blood of the swamp demons run the thickest. Yay, hello! Welcome back to your PC. The Kimiyoshi family. Kimiyoshi family... Whoop! Thank you, Zerk! What? Aw, thank you so much. I'm gonna write you down in the note so I remember who to thank. Oh. Thank you so much. What? What? Nemo! Aw! Thank you, Nemo the cat! You're such a good bean. I hope Nemo's having a nice time, and I appreciate his viewership. Oh my goodness, okay. Yes, Nemo the cat is a good boy. The Kimiyoshi family appears to have held great power as the head of the three families, but it doesn't have that kind of leadership today. The current mayor of the village, Yoshiichiro Kimiyoshi, is from this family. Oh, fabulous. I'm glad. The fact that the members of the Kimiyoshi family are elected as mayor every generation is thought to be a remnant of the old system. Perfect. Yeah, you just relax and listen to the spooky story time if it pleases you. Okay, wow. Okay, we've passed 20. So let's see, what was 20 was 5 new emotes. So I'm commissioning Margie. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Actually, I will do a little Twitter update to show that we have unlocked some things. Wow, thank you so much. I was not expecting this to go even. I was not expecting this. So thank you. Really, truly. There we go. So people can see this, like, look, I've been making progress. Alright. Where are we with life? Oh. Thank you both so much. I really appreciate that. Like, I know I'm just a really small streamer, but y'all really do make this worth it. It's a lot of fun to hang out with everybody and just play games I like, and the fact that y'all want to watch me play is just so wonderful. Thank you both so much. And everybody else who's here too and is just lurking, thank you too. I appreciate all of you. Oh wow, I'm almost halfway there. I might actually. Wow. That's really cool. Anyway. The fact that remnant of the old system. Of course, as no rival candidates appear, it doesn't change the fact that the Kimiyoshi family holds the mayoral office, even through popular elections in the post-war era. The Furude family. What? What? Oh, thank you, Zerk. Thank you so much. I appreciate you very much. Which probably means that I get another emote or something as well unlocked. Yay! Alright, the Furude family. The center of the village face since ancient time. What? Marshy! Hi, Marshy! And Tenchi! How was Kirby? Katsuo! What? What? Hi, Marshy! Hi, Tenchi! You did! Well, what? Oh yeah, hi Katsuo, thank you. I thought for sure you were following me before. But anyway, hi! We're actually, I'm surprised that we are halfway there. People have been very generous. And, it's just been, I finished Rhapsody about an hour in. And so now we moved over to Higurashi. Yeah, I thought for sure you were following me, but thank you for the follow. But yeah, no, this has been, it's been going pretty well. I'm surprised. Yeah, I did. I thought it would take a little bit longer, but no, it did not. What? Duck? What? Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh, no, you get a hug for that. Thank you so much. What just happened? Marshy! Thank you! Oh my goodness! Y'all! Okay. So, okay. 20 will get us to... Where are we in life? Let's go back to that. Because that now makes it back to my own thread. Alright, so that's 30, 40. Okay, so we have now, thanks to Doc's donation, we're gonna do chat picks a game to play and a karaoke stream at some point. So, alright, chat. Think about what you want to see me play. My only real caveat with that is nothing with major jump scares. I'm okay with some little jump scares, but no, like, FNAF level that. I can't do it. I'm too jumpy as a person anyway. I'd do something like Amanda the Adventurer, though. That's got enough plot in there that, I'd potentially be willing to go that far. If we wanted to do, like, Get Spooked or whatever. Which is funny because I'm playing this. But yeah, think about it, and actually I will... Back to the Twitter thread. I didn't expect to be on Twitter this much while I was doing this. Alright, hold on. Alright, let's get that going there. Alright, and tweet it out. Back to the reading. Ooh, Stray. Ooh, that's very tempting. I like that idea. I'll have to see if my computer can handle it, but that was definitely going to be on the list eventually. But yes. Ooh, Cassette Beast. That's another one that I'd be very interested in playing. Okay. Good suggestions so far. Thank you both. Yeah, I saw Weedy play some of it the other day, and it looked really fun. Yeah, welcome to the subscription, Tenchi. Y'all are lovely. Thank you so much for all the support so far. I'm probably gonna go for another 2 or 3 hours. I don't know if we'll finish this arc, but ooh, Tangled. That sounds interesting. Okay. But yeah, I don't know if we'll finish like this entire arc tonight, but we're at least gonna get to maybe the last chapter, that because we remember from arc 1, the last chapter took me like 7 hours. But yeah, I plan to go for a little while longer, because oh yeah, we're at 3 hours already. Okay, the center of the village's faith since ancient times, the Furude clan has guarded the sole shrine dedicated to Oyashiro-sama. Ooh, that sounds really interesting, actually. Thank you for the suggestion, Zerk. They were worshipped as the only people to represent the voice of Oyashiro-sama for a long time, but the family branched off after the war and lost most of its power. It now consists of only the main house. The main house as well presently consists of one daughter. Yes, please do. Consists of only one daughter, Rika Furude, so the lineage may end in this generation. I shall do that. Thank you very much. There is apparently an old tradition of honoring females in the Furude family, so the only daughter, Rika, is the subject to much respect among the elderly in the village, which is why she's called Chama. The Sonozaki family. It is said that this family had a certain police-like role in protecting the religious precepts of the Onagafuchi village. Of the 3 families, their relatively weak position can be seen from me putting them here last. Rude! Of course, today the Sonozaki family is flourishing, and the state of affairs among the 3 families has completely reversed. Even now, one could say that they are in control of Hinamizawa. The 3 families conferring with each other is similar to the old ways. The current head of the Sonozaki family, Oryu, essentially decides all the goings-on in the village by herself. So Oryu is, Mion and Shion's grandma. Late night phone call! Excuse me for the late call. I'm Kimiyoshi. Is this the head of the household? Yes. No, not at all. Thank you very much for that. Yes. Well, you see, I do apologize for calling at this hour. Excuse me. But I was wondering if our old man was visiting you at the moment? You got that right. Yes. Once again, I'm very sorry for calling so late. Goodbye. Click. So? No good? I'm not sure what to do. He may be passionate about it, But he's always at least given us a call. You called everyone he plays Go with, didn't you? Hello, this is Kimiyoshi. This is Sonozaki. How did it go? Have you found the mayor? Oh, Mion-chan. I called everyone I could think of, but I came up with nothing. We can't find him. What do I do? Where could he be idling about? I put a word in to a bunch of people who might have an idea, but nobody did. I asked Nana about it, and she said we would get to the men of the village together to go search for him. At this hour? I mean, it's not like he's definitely gone missing. Watanagashi just happened. She thinks we should be a little more cautious. We still can't find him, and we'll notify the police tomorrow morning. Whether or not we find him, though, we should refrain from making any false accusations. Oryu-san said that? Yes. If you can't trust her without hearing her voice, then I could put her on the phone for you. No, that's fine. I understand. We'll get the men together and search. If we still can't find him, then we'll notify the police in the morning. She'll leave it to you to organize the men. I'll be there as well, as Nana's representative. Thank you. I'll get everyone together immediately. Thanks. I'll talk to you later. Suspicious. That is absolutely suspicious. Okay, so we'll save. End of chapter 8. Let us continue to at least get one more chapter done. I mean, I might spend most tomorrow just getting the last chapter of the arc done, but who knows? There was no way I'd be able to sleep. When she hung up the phone like that, I realized for the first time what kind of situation I was in, as well as who the only ally who would support me was. I waited on bated breath for Shion to calm down and call me back. What would I do if the phone rang while I was sound asleep? No matter how long I waited, however, it never rang. Exhausted, whenever my mind started to wander, I would jolt awake at the thought of I heard the phone ring. In the end, I brought the cordless phone with me into my futon and went to sleep with it in my arms. Oh, Keiichi. But it still didn't amount to anything. Morning came, and by that time I was pretty sure she wasn't calling back. That was when a fierce drowsiness assailed me. Damn it. This is no time for sleep, Keiichi Maribara. Even though it's 7 in the morning. I slapped myself in the face a few times. Then I went to the washroom and washed my face, which was something I usually didn't do. You don't wash your face? Do you wash your face in the evening or something? That wasn't enough either, so I even brushed my teeth. Do you not have dental hygiene? Teenage boys, I swear. After that, I was finally wide awake. When Mom saw how strange I was acting, her eyes went wide. What's wrong, Keiichi? Are you going somewhere today? Going somewhere? Yeah. To school. Hi, Chair. How you doing? But yeah, no, Keiichi's being very crusty right now. Keiichi-kun, you don't look so good today. Do you have a cold? I'm not sick, I just didn't get much sleep for the second night in a row. If I space out and start talking nonsense, just humor me. I wonder what kind of nonsense you'll say. I wonder. Now I'm looking forward to it. Oh. I felt utterly shattered, and I hadn't picked myself back up this morning. For precisely that reason, Rana's honest smile was a sight for sore eyes. Sore, red, sleepless eyes. Ooh, did you get fancy nails done? I hope you did. Apparently they're really fun when you get used to them. Yo! What's up, Kei-chan? Rena? Good morning. What? Mii-chan, you look like you didn't get much sleep either. Mion had gone home early yesterday with a hangover, but she didn't look too good this morning either. Okay. Are we suspicious of Mion? Are we suspicious that Mion is even Mion? Her usual cheerfulness was completely buried in shadow. Yeah. I went to bed at like 3. I'm a little tired. 3? Hey now, you can't keep staying up late. Oh, very cool. Yeah, right now I'm thinking that Mion is Shion, because for the past couple of days she's been very out of character for Mion. You probably read the first volume of a manga, thought it was interesting, and then read the entire series, didn't you? Which, actually, fair. Or maybe she was on, I don't know, AO3 or something, found the best fic of her life, and was like, I gotta read this whole thing. I understand. I've done that before. I joked, trying to shake off my sleepiness. I was trying to be considerate. However, neither Mion nor Rena smiled. In fact, they didn't even pay attention. Rena's expression immediately darkened. What? Wait, is it about the mayor? He still hasn't been found? Nope. Hey, wait a minute. What are you talking about? You can't find the mayor? How do you lose an old man? Even in the classroom, which was normally bursting with bright joking voices, seemed filled with a different sort of murmur today. Good morning, Keiichi-san. Yeah, the mayor is missing. Yep, nothing to see here. This is fine. Move along in this mystery visual novel we be having. Good morning, Keiichi-san. Have you heard? It looks like something terrible has happened. I don't really know this mayor person, but he's an old guy, right? Could he just be wandering around senile? The mayor is certainly not senile. He's a sprightly man who can teach both calligraphy and swordsmanship. Awesome. He probably got lost somewhere like me. Lost, Rika? Oh, I want to take you home with me. Getting lost is only cute because children like Rika-chan do it. Yep, just casually. He is now gone. A worn-out old man getting lost isn't mohe in the slightest. While my mind entered dumb thoughts like that, our teacher arrived. Everyone rushed to their seats. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. The class greeting was normal, but the atmosphere in the room was heavy. Some of you may have already heard, but last night, despite the late hour, the mayor never came home. Is there anyone here who saw the mayor yesterday? 1 or 2 hands went up, in silence, and they told about having seen him. None of it seemed to be vital information, however, everyone began whispering amongst themselves. If anyone sees the mayor, please tell an adult about it, alright? Now, let's begin class. After that, the same old lessons began. The rumors, once quieted, blossomed in flowers again at lunchtime. I could hear a few different conversations. They were mostly related to the mayor's disappearance, because it's probably the most exciting thing that's happened this month. Summing them all up, I came out with this. Yesterday evening, the mayor went to a meeting at the shrine's assembly hall. The meeting ended after the sun had fully set, and everyone left. The elder's house was a bit far from the center of Hinamizawa. It was already late, and Hinamizawa doesn't have a lot of lights outside. Nobody saw the mayor after the meeting. However, because he had been hungry, he wouldn't have taken any side trips. He would have gone straight home. However, no matter how long his family waited, he never returned. Some thought there might have been an accident. They left no stone unturned and searched from the irrigation channels to the water wells and even in the rice paddies, and they didn't find him. Of course, there was a limit to how far they could search in the middle of the night. The police were going to wait for daylight and have the young men of the town help search. If after all that they still didn't find him, apparently even looking into the mountains. Hi, Crystal! How you doing? Yeah, Cirque was very generous today. Even now, at this moment, the adults were probably all searching for him. But yeah, Zerk and Dusty and AZ were all very generous today. So yeah, be sure to thank everybody if they got a gift sub. The more they searched in vain, and the more time passed, the only thing that came to mind was the curse. The rumors of Onikakushi, of the demoning away. Had he become this year's sacrifice to Yashiro-sama's curse, which had recently been occurring every year? A scary possibility with which everybody thought about, but nobody could say aloud, was slowly but surely spreading throughout the village. Was he demoned away and offered as a sacrifice to quell Yashiro-sama's anger? My classmates were whispering to each other, and that curse didn't happen this year, so there shouldn't have been any sacrifices. I, on the other hand, I knew. The curse did happen again this year, and there were 2 people that died. This may sound strange, but I hadn't exactly thought the elder would be the one to go missing. My reason was clear. Shion and I should have been the higher priority than him. The 4 of us were thieves that broke the taboo and set foot into the sacred ritual storehouse. If Tomitake-san and Takano-san had suffered mysterious deaths, then it should have been mine and Shion's turn next. This time should have been Shion and me, eh? I laughed painfully to myself. I'd yelled at Shion over the phone that I didn't want to end up in such a terrifying situation, but now that someone other than me had disappeared, I could only think that I should have been the first to go. Onagafuchi, the bottomless swamp, said to have been the place where they drowned the sacrifices long ago. Just as it ran through my thoughts, the villagers must have also considered the swamp. Maybe the police divers were plumbing the depths even now. They probably wouldn't find anyone. Not a single missing person had ever been found. They'd always suspected Onagafuchi, but not once had they ever turned up a corpse from it. After all, it was a devilish bottomless swamp from which no one who sinks can ever return. I could hear someone telling their friend that in the classroom. Now that you mention it, Satoshi-san. He left around this time of year, didn't he? Huh? Satoshi? I've heard that name before. He was... right. He disappeared because of last year's curse. The conversation was happening in the seat next to me, so I could hear it clearly. Didn't we search the whole village like this for Satoshi-san, too? We didn't find him either. What did we decide it was? A demoning away, right? Yeah. I heard he withdrew all his savings and ran away from home. Someone from the police said there was someone who saw him get on the bullet train at Nagoya Station. Ran away, huh? I wasn't that interested in the reason, which seemed understandable in this case. Everyone else who disappeared had their own reasons too. Either they were still on the run because they were criminals, or they were a corpse that couldn't be found. It's not like any of them suddenly disappeared into thin air for no reason. But they disappeared. Some disappeared whenever the curse took a life, as if by design, or someone disappeared. They may have had various understandable reasons, but they still disappeared. From that point of view, it really might have been a demoning away this time. Mayor's disappearance was the first such incident without a clear reason behind it. Of course, coming to that realization didn't help to resolve anything. It looks like I messed up the seasoning today. Sorry. Normally, Rena would have devoured her lunch immediately, but today there was a ton left. That wasn't because Rena's lunch didn't taste good or anything, though. That isn't the case. Your lunch today is delicious as always. Satoko dips her chopsticks into Rena's bento box and pulls a bite of food out, one after the other. Yes, small child, eat. Yes, delicious indeed. Today in particular, in fact. Chomp chomp. Uh-huh. You know, those are pumpkin croquettes, right? Are you okay? Yes. If it's your pumpkin, then it's delicious. Did Satoko dislike pumpkin? Regardless, she forced herself to smile and shoved more into her mouth. Everyone knew. Nobody's lunch tasted very good today. Satoko kept shoveling it down, repeating her remark on how good it was. If it's that good, then I guess you gotta have some too. Satoko's gonna eat it all if we let her. It's just so good. I would certainly like it if Keiichi-san were to eat some as well. Well, sometimes I have to show my adult generosity, right? Okay, don't hold back on my account. Eat enough for the both of us today. She really, really hated pumpkin, didn't she? That made it all the more touching to see Toko's own brand of generosity. I grabbed her head and started stroking it. Satoko, in a somewhat exaggerated fashion, was bawling tears streaming down her face. No way. You'll never grow up if you always give away such good food. Rena, you eat too. I only have leftover vegetable stew, but it tastes great, even after having sat overnight. Yeah. The daikon radishes have such a pretty color going through it. It looks delicious. I guess I'll have some then. Rena reached out with her chopsticks, and at last, the usual lunchtime atmosphere had begun to return. It was only at our desks, however. The dark tale of Oyashiro-sama's curse, which had recurred for 5 years in a row, didn't cease. The whole classroom remained stuck in this somber mood. Oyashiro-sama's curse had happened 5 years straight. Everyone had wanted the previous year to be the last. What was Oyashiro-sama's curse, anyway? They were going to build a dam in Hinamizawa. The people building it were bad. So they were cursed. I would admit that much. Still, the dam project was frozen years ago, wasn't it? So why was the curse stubbornly persisting? I hit myself on the cheeks to perk myself back up. Everyone was trying so hard to brighten the mood, I couldn't go straight back to thinking about the curse like that. I forced the grim story out of my head. Driving Oyashiro-sama's curse out of my thoughts was actually a good idea. In the end, that meant that I would also be driving away the most terrifying thought of all, that I could be the curse's next target. Mion's taking a while, isn't she? How long does it take to wash your hands? Ian had said she was going to wash her hands and left and hadn't come back yet. Uh-huh. She's probably taking a little afternoon nap somewhere. I think she was up pretty late last night looking for the mayor, after all. I smiled wryly and let out a sigh. Today was no good. However, much as we tried to lighten the mood, things always came back to the mayor. It was just a no-good day. A no-good, very rotten, terrible day. I just transferred here so recently, so the shock of a curse happening 5 years running was an unimaginably big one. Maybe I do need to appreciate that. When Michan was really little, the mayor would always spoil her. When she was going through her prankster phase, he loved her like his own daughter. She told me that often. I see. Mion was in shock too. Someone disappearing like that, all because of a curse, was a very scary thing. If the sacrifice was someone you knew, though, then the shock must be 100 times worse. Satoko, as if she'd come to the same conclusion, bit her lower lip and looked downward. Oh, Rika-chan is taking a while too. Maybe they're taking a nice afternoon nap together. Rika wasn't out that late. As soon as she yawned, everybody gathered around her and started saying, "Good night, good night." Now that she mentioned it, there were a lot of old people rubbing their prayer beads in fervent gratitude towards Rika-chan during the festival, too. An image of the indulgent elderly came to mind. Had Rika-chan discovered a way to get herself to be pampered like that? Is there a reason the old people treat Rika-chan like an idol? Is she their ideal image of a granddaughter or something? I don't know anything about that. But I want to see Rika-chan yawning. It's probably all like, wah. Oh, I want to take her home. I don't personally think it's that cute. It's more like, wah. She opens her mouth really wide so you can see the back of her throat. Her throat, the thing in her throat all wobbly. Ow! Ran is handy at times like these. I finally managed a heartfelt laugh. Alright. I'm on day duty today, aren't I? I need to go water the flower garden. The garden's right outside the teacher's lounge, too, so they can immediately tell if you don't do it right. I think Satoko-chan is cute. Not only Rika-chan. Ooh la, ooh la. I can't breathe. Ow. I got a glimpse. It was so cute. Satoko-chan's cute too. I'm gonna take you home. Rana was squeezing her hands around Satoko's neck and was trying to get a look into her throat. You know, Rana is... I can't say it out loud, but she's a notorious censored, isn't she? Sweat. Question mark. Hearing Satoko make weird noises like a chicken being strangled was kind of hilarious, and I couldn't help but laugh. At some point, the classroom had erupted into laughter too. Maybe Rana was doing it on purpose. Even if she wasn't, this nonsense was a welcome sight. Anyway, moving on. Let's get over to the flowers while I still have time. Slowly and quietly, lest I destroy the room's newfound peace, I left the classroom. The watering can was hanging up outside the kitchen. The building had originally been an all-male forestry service building, so there was apparently nothing so thoughtful as a garden here before. When they decided to have a school, share the space, they built one as a modest gesture of appreciation. But while the flower bed, it was a little longer than you'd expect. It was all around. It went all over the place. It was so big one would need to refill the watering can 5 or 6 times to get it all done. I was doing this together with a kid who was also, thankfully, on day duty today. She was in the lowest grade, though, and a full size smaller than even Rika-chan. Aw, little baby. I couldn't make a kid who would struggle just to lift the full watering can help me with this. For this, if one was placed on day duty with someone liked, They'd do it all for you. So it'd be cake. No point in blaming her. I gave up. I'll just get started. Watering can in hand, just as I was about to leave the building, the old man from the forestry service office addressed me. Sonny, there's a vegetable garden behind the warehouse, right? It's all about dried up. Water that too, would you? Oh, you mean the curry vegetable garden? The one with the potatoes, carrots, and other things that are only ingredients for curry? Definitely the personal garden of our curry-loving teacher, but making students responsible for its upkeep is getting them invested in their personal affairs. I couldn't say that to his face, so I thought I gave up and decided to carry out my day duties. The sunlight out front was strong. The great chorus of cicadas was strongly underlinging how nothing was different today than yesterday. I passed by the classroom and didn't know how it happened, but Ran and Satoko were in the middle of a huge melee. While I was gone, the kids had arranged the desks in a circle, forming a ring while everyone was cheering them on. Oh no, you were gone for 5 minutes. Yeah, that's how it should be. What? Once the school ended, we needed to return to reality, where the talk of the elders' disappearance would once again be all over the place. I wanted everyone to forget about everything and have fun, just like yesterday. If only they were while they were at school. In that sense, Satoko's whirling elbow and Rana's backwards flying spin kick made for a pleasant sight. What is happening? Even if, as a result, they flipped over my desk. That's my pencil box! I'll just let it happen today. What is happening? When did we enter the brawl? When did we enter Daybreak? I think Daybreak is the fighting game. I set to work, hastily watering everything, wanting nothing more than to be done as soon as possible. Yes, Keiichi, stop this! That should about do it. No sooner did I thought that than I remembered that I had to water the teacher's curry vegetable garden, too. That's such a pain. I have a feeling that it'll come back to bite me if I don't. I gave up, filled the can with water again, and handed it over to the warehouse. Or headed over to the warehouse. Words. This was a place students didn't like to go. It was always a dump here. And you couldn't discard the possibility that slugs and pillbugs being around. Let them live. So when I ran across her in a place like that, I was surprised. Wow. Oh, it's Rika-chan. Don't scare me like that. Rika-chan was just standing there like a puppet devoid of life. I was the only one who was startled here. Rika-chan didn't even seem to react to my appearance. Rika-chan? Finally, she noticed me. Her expression was clearly abnormal. There was red under her eyes, stained with tears and dirt. There were blades of grass stuck in her hair, too, and her clothes looked as though she'd fallen to the ground. Rika-chan? Are you hurt? Did you fall? No, that isn't it, Rika-chan said in the brightest voice she could manage as she rubbed her eyes. She didn't look anywhere near normal, though. What happened? You weren't sleeping on the storehouse roof and then fell off or anything, did you? Don't worry about me. I have something I want to ask you, Keiichi. Rika-chan walked over and clung to me. At first, I thought she was playing a trick on me. Eventually, however, I realized it so that I wouldn't run away from the question that was about to be asked. I shuddered. What do you want from me? She looked straight into my eyes. Her upturned eyes bored right into me. It was as though they were trying to pull the answer out of my own eyes without actually asking me the question. It was scary, so I averted my eyes from hers. Keiichi, did you do something bad on the night of the festival? My body gave a jolt from its very core. Rika-chan, who was clinging to me, might have felt me shiver. A nervous tingle crawled from my feet, and after going up my back and freezing my entire body, it made its way into my brain. Ichi, do you really not remember? My head began to throb. I don't understand anything. Mion asked me. Oishi-san asked me. Shion asked me. Whoop! Hi, Liv! Welcome in! How did your stream go? Did you make progress? And now Rika-chan was asking me. We thought nobody knew about what we did last night, but in fact, everyone knew? They all knew, and they came to ask me. Yep, we are in this game. We are in the spooky part of this game. The mayor's missing. There are two dead bodies, and our main character is worried he's gonna disappear. And again, until I admitted it. When I thought about it, it was pretty clear the whole thing was out in the open. After all, didn't Tomitake-san and Takano-san's deaths prove it? Yeah, really. Keiichi? How should I respond? We never should have entered the Forbidden Storehouse, and even though I regretted it so much, she was saying it wasn't enough. However, I had all but decided that what I was going to say. I'm not exactly a good kid, you know? I've done lots of bad things, so I can't remember anything specific. Just as I had with all the others, I evaded the question. Keiichi! Rika-chan stared up at me with innocent eyes. Her eyes were so painful that I had to look away. After a few moments of mutual silence, Rika-chan released me. I'm sorry for asking you something strange. Please forget about it, she said, smiling her usual smile. Then tap, 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 she went running off as if nothing had happened. As she retreated in silence, I could feel her accusing me. Rika-chan? She didn't hear my voice, then I was going to give up. However, she heard it. Rika-chan swiveled around and waited for me to continue. I was the one who had questions now. Still, asking any of them could be a half-assed way of admitting what I did. Hey, Rika-chan? What is it? If everyone knows anyway, then should I just be able to at least ask this, right? Why is everyone asking me about the night of the festival? That evening? Had I done something that wrong? I felt plenty sorry about it, and I only looked away. And I only looked anyway. I didn't break anything or steal anything. Really. Still, Tomitake-san and Takano-san, they died so miserably. Since those two had come in such an end, there was obviously no way it would forgive only me. Rika-chan cutely tilted her head in confusion and waited for me to say something. If I were to admit what happened that night, though, she might suddenly do a 180, as if flipping a switch. That would make sense. Rika-chan was the Shrine Maiden. She was the least likely to forgive me for breaking the taboo, wasn't she? Upon reflection, wouldn't telling her be more terrifying than telling Mion or Oishi-san? Rika-chan, could you just give up and leave? Rika-chan could just give up and leave, couldn't she? She didn't. She only was quietly, waiting for me to say it myself. Say it, Keiichi Maebara. You really are sorry, then you should say so. Of course, it's not normal to hesitate given the crazy way Tomitake-san and Takano-san died. A pulping machine called Chaos was grinding at my brain. The juice wrung out. The juice wrung out of it turned into big droplets of sweat, which began to fall. Keiichi. Rika-chan suddenly straightened up as if trying to pat my head. I don't really understand what you're worried about, Keiichi. I had nothing to say to that. I lowered my head a little so Rika-chan's palm could reach it. She petted me, kind of the way one would pet a cat. Okay, now I must pet my cat. Pet the hazel. Pet the hazel. You know about the big storehouse a little ways behind the shrine grounds? It stores the implements we use for rituals. My breath literally stopped. Rika-chan, though, wasn't acting in a coercive way at all. Apparently, on the night of the festival, a cat snuck into the storehouse. A cat? Yes. Oh no, Hazel, did you do this thing? A cat. Meow meow. Rika-chan knew. She realized I was in fear. I could tell she was desperately trying to choose the right words so that she wouldn't scare me. The cat always wanted to explore inside the storehouse, but I was mean to it and never let it go inside. Yeah, Hazel did all of this. So on the night of the festival, the cat couldn't hold itself back any longer and went inside. The cat. It was clearly supposed to be Takano-san. Or wait, was it supposed to be me? Inside, there were actually a lot of things that scared the cat. Rika-chan made a cute gesture like a ghost was coming out to frighten me. The cat was both terrified and amazed. It ran away as fast as it could. Clatter, clatter, shiver, shiver, meow, meow. It was terrible. This cat, who are you saying it was? Hi, Nero! How you doing? Nobody saw me actually wave at my chat because I saw the little wave emote, but I totally did that because I'm a goober. Da-da-da. Cat is a cat. Meow meow. Rika-chan still avoided saying it. The cat, though, without a doubt, was me. Yeah, no, every time somebody, waves or something, I wave back, even if they can't see me. Or that one time, JQ, when I was in your stream, and I, did the little wave thing, and you waved back, and then I waved back at you, waving back even though you couldn't see me. People are funny. The cat, though, was without a doubt me. Rika-chan, please tell me. The cat, what should it do now? Hi, Zerk. Maybe it was a desperate question to ask. I had sort of admitted to being the cat. The cat is just a cat, so it can just keep meowing and everything will be fine. Everything will be fine? That's stupid. Shouldn't it just keep meowing? Geez, Rika-chan and I put together an entire conversation using a cat as a code word. I didn't say it directly, but I had already admitted it. I didn't want to end up like those two. I didn't want to be sacrificed like Shion said. That's what I thought, so I stubbornly remained silent. But now, that's enough. I can't just keep meowing. Meow. The dog saw the cat, making mischief and seeking inside. The dog? That's right. It was the dog. Keeps coming to the cat and trying to get it to say why that it snuck inside. After I said that, Rika-chan's expression clouded over. She was trying to hide it, but I'd already noticed her eyes darkening. Rika-chan? The silence was frightening, so I spurred her on. At that point, Rika-chan grinned. It's all right. I'll protect the cat. Huh? I thought for a moment that I had misheard those words, so dependable they were. The cat is really scared, but it really isn't all that bad. I think all the dogs are just misunderstanding. Huh? It's not that bad? Did you hear that, Hazel? It's not that bad. The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure. Rika-chan, we'll do something about it. I don't even know left from right at this moment, so Rika-chan didn't look all that dependable. It might be hard, but I'll do my best. Yay! Go for it! Yay! She clenched her fist and stuck it up in the air. Huzzah! Rika-chan said the cat can just keep meowing. She said to leave it all to her. Is that really all it took to resolve this whole thing? Will you really be alright, Rika-chan? If I don't do my best, something bad could happen to the dogs too. I had no idea what Rika-chan was talking about anymore. She'd been talking to me under the assumption that I was aware of certain things. So at first I understood her. Around the middle, though, I stopped understanding anything. However, one thing I did know was not to worry and leave it to her. Rika-chan straightened up once again, patted me on the head, and smiled. I was so moved by that reassuring feeling that I couldn't help but start to cry. I'm sorry. The cat, it really was just a little bit of mischief. I didn't think any of this would. It's too much of a scaredy cat. That's why it should never have seen the storehouse. She was right. It's far too shocking for someone to see based on a little bit of interest alone. That's why they made it so difficult to look at in the first place, wasn't it? Rika-chan, what will happen to the cat? 2 of the cats snuck in. Well, that night I'd heard Tomitake-san and Takano-san's deaths were being kept a secret. Rika-chan might not have known about it. Tomitake-san and Takano? I gave a start at the sudden mention of actual names, though it was weird to do at this point. You should forget about them. My spine froze again. Forget? Yes. It won't do you any good to remember those 2, Keiichi. The more you think about it, the scarier it will get. So you should forget about them as soon as possible. She said something so enormously terrifying without letting the smile on her face waver at all. I don't know where you heard about it from, but you should forget everything. Make your mind as clean as a scrubbed bathtub. Scrub-a-dubbed, if you will. Get the brain bleach. Forget Rika-chan. You know, don't you? Know how those 2 died? No matter how they died, it has nothing to do with you, Keiichi. Rika declared this in a flat voice. Nothing to do with me. So forget about it. Girl before me, she was innocent and lovable, and even seemed trustworthy, but suddenly she took on another dimension. Don't get involved with their deaths. I'll help you, Keiichi. Those 2 contradictory statements twisted and distorted my image of the girl in front of me. What about Shion? What'll happen to her? Might have been dangerous to mention Shion's name, but I couldn't stop myself from asking. Rika-chan saw through everything anyway. There was no way I was going to fool her or keep anything from her at this point. The younger of the sister cats? Meow meow. Yeah. The little sister cat. Rika-chan appeared to think upon this for a moment. It's hard for me to endure even this momentary silence. Big sister cat is angry. The little sister cat did something bad, so she's really mad. Big sister cat. That could only mean Mion. I recall being questioned by her yesterday. Keiichi, the big sister cat is not in a good mood at all. I think we should leave her alone for a while. Not in a good mood, those words sent a shiver through me. Mion was mad. She was mad that we entered the ritual storehouse. Let's stop having club from now on. Huh? Why? I think we should leave her alone. Rika-chan ended her sentence with such force that I couldn't say anything in response. Hey, Keiichi Maribara. Don't disobey Rika-chan right now. She's the only one who said she'd help me right now. I'll leave things to her just as she said to. I mean, she even said that the cat should just keep meowing. I'll forget everything, like she said. I'll leave everything to her. Forget everything about Takano and Tomitake-san and what I did that night. Just then, we heard a bell far away, marking the end of our lunch break. I guess we should go back to class. Keiichi, as if she noticed how miserable I was, about to leave everything to her and flee the scene, Rika-chan called out to stop me. If the misunderstanding dog comes to try and bite the cat, please tell me, okay? Misunderstanding dog. She put it in such a cute-sounding way, but the true meaning behind those words was an eerie one. Who is the misunderstanding dog? The dog that bit the mayor. I don't know why it did that. If it's going to bite anyone, it would have to be the trickster cat first. The flow of blood in my body felt like it completely stopped for a moment. Rika-chan had admitted it. The sacrifice of that terrible calamity. She admitted that if they were to happen again, it would be Shion or I. I didn't know the truth about this girl standing before me. My suspicion gave way to fear and nearly began to change into anger. Was she a savior who would protect me? Or a stranger trying to capture and kill me for the sake of a horrifying tradition? I had no idea what was true. I'm sorry. The cat is already scared, and I said something to scare it even more. I'm really sorry. Rika-chan bowed so quickly it looked like her head had been pulled downward. Still, she was right. I was cowering. I could distinctly feel my body shaking violently. So when Rika-chan reached her hand out to pat me on the head, I pulled away without thinking. How dare! Look at that sad face! I'm sorry. Rika-chan made a very sad face, but I just couldn't bring myself to put out my head for her again. That day, Rika-chan said she wasn't feeling up to club activities that day, so she suggested we not bother. Probably didn't eat the second that day, but whatever. There's always vetoes when someone doesn't feel up to it. Rennie and the others seemed really disappointed. Big Sister Cat is not in a good mood. I remember Rika-chan's words and quietly stole a glance at Mion's expression. I forget the way she questioned me yesterday, though. Her behavior was the same as it always was. Probably the halfway point. Yep. After dinner, without the energy to watch TV, I climbed into the futon in my bedroom and let my head be overtaken by gloomy thoughts. This is perfect for going to bed. I told Rika-chan anything and everything. She had seemed trustworthy at the time, but had that really been the right choice? The more I looked back on it, the less I understood what Rika-chan was saying. Not only did she know about Takano-san and Tomitake-san's deaths, but she spoke to them as if they were a concerned party. After all this time in my futon, I began to tremble fiercely. Had I been lured in by Rika-chan's sweet smile and told her things I shouldn't have? I should have continued to feign ignorance. I shouldn't have shown her such a weak side of me. My emotions are a mix of regret and fear, and it colored the darkness in the night with an additional layer of terror. You are not sleeping again for like third night in a row. Suddenly, a knock. I might have yelped. That's how surprised I was. Keiichi, I've been calling your name for a while. You have a phone call. It's from Sonozaki-san. It was Dad. I reached out to the cordless phone through the gap in my door. Sonozaki-san? Oh no! Are we back? What, this is like the third or fourth time it's crashed? Okay, we're back. I mean, it's become a running joke that my Ginternet loves to crash, but I'm actually kind of grateful that I've been going for over 4 hours and it's only crashed about 4 times now? So, yeah, I live in an internet void. It's, even with as much of a boost up as we can try to get it, it's still like this. But anyway, back to the spookies. Sonozaki-san, which one? The older sister or... I know, it's like, and here we are at the hourly crash. The younger. I don't know. Ask her yourself. I took the receiver and buried myself in my futon again. Hello? Mion? Or is it Shion? It's me. Shion. Good evening. I practically jumped out of my bed. It was Shion, who I'd hoped so desperately would call me back last night. Shion, sorry about last night. I got all riled up. I heard what sounded like a deep sigh on the other end. You and me are in the same position, aren't we? I shouldn't have blamed you for everything like that. I'm sorry, so please cheer up. I called you because I'm in a better mood. If you're sorry, then I'll forgive you, so please stop apologizing. Shion's tone still sounded a little angry, but for the moment she said she'd forgiven me. You're right. You're right, too. We're tied up to the same fate. Making sure the other is alright is the only way to guarantee our own safety. Yeah, I agree. We absolutely need to share whatever information we have. So we don't die like Takano-san and Tomitake-san did. Gulp. I forced myself to swallow a solid drop of saliva. And then let's continue from where we left off. You listen without getting angry this time, alright? Yeah. I'll be fine. Firstly, it seems sneaking into the ritual storehouse was more of a taboo than we thought. Takano-san and Tomitake-san's miserable ends, terrible enough that you could call them a warning. They were more than enough to make me believe that. The culprits killed those two, the ones responsible for souling the storehouse, and they'll come for us next. I know you want to deny that, but please accept it. It'll be too late to believe me after you've disappeared, okay? I got it. You could never be too careful, after all. I don't want to accept it either. To think that sneaking a peek at the Museum of Torture Devices deserves death like that, I didn't want to believe it. That's what a taboo is. For those who honor it, if it breaks the taboo, no matter how small or innocent their intentions were, they won't be forgiven. Let's report anything we notice that seems strange. If we connect all the tiny pieces that we have, then we just may be able to find out who killed them, or maybe the truth behind the incidents of the previous years. We could find the key that will resolve everything. You're right. You're right about that. All I was doing and waiting in fear, but Shion had already thought that far ahead. Given how trustworthy she felt, I became embarrassed over how passive I was being. Sus. Then I'll start since I suggested it. I feel like somebody has been watching me lately. What? It might be my imagination, but I'll tell you anyway. I think it's just me. But if you feel like you're being watched too, Kei-chan, then maybe it's not just my imagination? Well, don't worry. At the very least, everything's been fine for me. I think. As I spoke with Shion, I thought back on today. I had no grounds to say everything was fine. I see. Then I suppose it was my imagination, but you be careful too, Kei-chan. Be especially careful when you're by yourself in public. I'm in Okonomiya, so I won't be alone very often, but you live in Hinamizawa. There will be a lot of times when you'll be alone. Please be extra careful. You're right. Yeah, I'll be careful. Also, about my sister. Has she been acting strange lately? Your sister... Oh, Mion, right. What do you mean by acting strangely? Well, yesterday she came to me and asked me where I was on the night of the Watanagashi. What? That she asked me that too. The day before yesterday, I think Mion asked me. I see. I told her I wasn't there. What did you say? I did the same thing. I just dodged the question. Both of us gave a quiet sigh of relief. Ever since the night of the festival, my sister has been acting strangely. We can't be too careful, so just be aware, okay? Ian was acting strangely. Aside from her asking me about the night of the Watanagashi, she didn't seem too far out of the ordinary. At least from my point of view. Her twin sister, though, was saying she was acting weird. Maybe it was such a slight change that a stranger like me wouldn't be able to notice. Got it. I'll start being careful. I'll always have Rana with me on my way back from school, so I shouldn't end up alone with Mion very often. Please be careful. If there's anything that's bothering you, you can tell me. All right. Okay, is there anything you actually want to tell me, Kei-chan? My turn. That's right, maybe I should report on Oishi-san asking me the same questions at the library. Oh, that time you were too slow to escape? Yeah. Oishi-san asked me pretty forcefully whether I was with Takano-san and Tomitake-san that night, and whether I had seen you. Oishi-san seemed to have seen the four of us together. From the police's point of view, that would make us the last people to have seen them. I suppose given that, it's only natural that they'd be interested in us. I evaded the question then, too, but that might have just made them more interested. Blech. There was no way I could have tricked that sly old fox Oishi-san. My troubled countenance would have only made him even more certain. Hey, Shion? Since they're the police, shouldn't we just tell them? I mean, considering our situation, I think having them on our side would be a good thing. Shion didn't answer right away. For a few moments, all I could hear was her breathing as she thought about it. Now that I think of it, Oishi-san, that there was something possibly shady about Mion. At least I think that's what he said. Yeah, he definitely did. As I explained yesterday, the Sonozaki family holds a lot of influence over Hinamizawa. Oishi is under the impression that the whole village With the Sonozaki family at the center of it is responsible for the reoccurring freak deaths. Yes, will do. Thank you, Nero. I should probably call stream out after this chapter. It's getting a little bit late, and I'm running out of water. So we'll finish this. Actually, yeah, that's still going to be about 5 hours, so a little bit shorter than I was initially expecting, but, we're doing it. And y'all have been very generous, and I'm halfway to my goal, so yay! And I'll pick this up again tomorrow, and then, I don't know, maybe we'll start Arc 3 or pick up Disc Creatures again. We'll figure it out. Please don't get angry like you did yesterday. Just listen. I hammered that home before I got too upset. During the Hinamazawa Dam Wars, the priest who everyone was anticipating to lead the anti-dam movement acted as though he was unrelated. So the Sonozaki main house rose up to take charge. My sister told you all about the battles that happened, right? Yeah. All of Hinamazawa got together and fought as one. They held protests, brought it to court, and even appeared on TV. In reality, there were many things that happened that were far more extreme. Under the surface, the Sonozaki main house was doing all sorts of illegal things to oppose it. They were acting illegally? For example, they would sneak into the construction site in the middle of the night and steal equipment, or break it, or put sugar cubes in the gasoline tank of the construction vehicles. Sugar in the gasoline tanks? Why would they? You don't know? It's practically the representative guerrilla tactic. It was used by the underground organizations in France in World War II, for one. When you put sugar in the engine, it gets burned out and breaks down. I did not know that. Fun fact learned from Higurashi. That's pretty bad, though, isn't it? It's the destruction of property and nothing less. When they beefed up the guard at the construction facility, the family turned to attacking important construction personnel who worked there. The government officials who had given permission for the construction, for example, received all kinds of threats. Not just people from the prefectural office either, apparently. This reached as far as the Ministry of Construction. As far as I've heard, they even kidnapped a child once. Kidnapped? Yes. The child of an important person in the Ministry of Construction who was in charge of the Hinamazama Dam got spirited away. Then one day, all of a sudden, he was rescued. In the Takatsudo Mountains, which are upstream from Hinamazawa. Apparently, there were never any criminal accusations, but people whispered that it had been a threat to stop the dam construction from happening. Besides that, there's stories about so many different threats that I couldn't possibly list them all. That's sort of bad, isn't it? Sort of. Right in the middle of the whole thing, the first incident happened. That's when the dismemberment of the construction manager occurred. People whispered that the Sonozaki family had brought out the principal offender, but of course he fled, and they still haven't found him. Had bought out the principal offender. When she put it that way, the Sonozaki family definitely seems suspicious. Oishi-san even seemed to think that the criminal was erased so he wouldn't talk. Which is pretty reasonable of him. It's even enough to make me think that the Sonozaki main house is doing some really shady things behind the scenes, even though I'm related to them. Are you telling me to believe that? That the Sonozaki main house, where Mion lives, has done all these bad things? You're telling me to believe it. Even if you don't, Kei-chan, the villagers do. While they oppose the dam in upright and lawful ways, the Sonozaki house did the dirty work for them. Everyone believes that. They fought at the front so they could take the brunt of the criticism. So respected as sort of heroes of darkness. Like Batman? Which, I mean, Bruce, you have the money to fix social services. Why are you not doing this thing? Anyway, I think I only really know one part of it. For example, the really bad stuff like the kidnapping. I think that only a handful of people knew about it, including Grandma. The Sonozaki family is secretive, after all. Secretive, huh? A family so unforthcoming that even Shion, who is related to them, doesn't know everything about them. She doesn't live in the main house, though! The Sonozaki family. Unlike Shion, her older twin Mion was deeply involved with everything, and that's not a fun thought to entertain. My sister, though young, was the one who acted as the center of the illegal resistance movement. Mion was? What do you mean? Well, our dad is a big-shot Yakuza. Even when she was little, my sister managed to subjugate a bunch of younger street rats. Then she played all sorts of tricks on them and just generally got in their way. Mion did that? Now she's pretty laid back, so it might be hard to imagine. They put her in charge of everything from property damage to threats and even acts of violence. Though since she was a kid, they could get her released pretty easily. She learned that her age could be used as a weapon. It may have been indiscreet, but I couldn't help but chuckle dryly. She may have been young, but she was certainly still Mion. Even back then, she had already been known for her craftiness. It's nothing to laugh about. Please take this seriously. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Shion had gotten pretty angry at me. Well, her delinquency soon got her into a position of authority in the Sonozaki main house. It's not unthinkable that Oishi-san suspects them for the dismemberment incidents, and the later ones, too. For a few moments, I was dumbstruck at the tales of Mion's past. None of them matched the image I had of her. A younger Mion, dirtying her hands with all sorts of crimes, giving the dam construction project hell. As a successor to the Sonozaki main family, she was always right at the center of the vortex of strange incidents occurring year after year. Was that really the Mion I know? Maybe the one I know isn't the real Mion. I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't bring myself to accept these images of Mion I was hearing from another person. Well, back to the main subject. I just wanted you to know that my sister is someone worth being cautious around. Please be careful. I didn't want to understand. Mion was a fantastic friend. She would never do something to back me into a corner like that. She did ask me pretty harshly about the night of the festival, but even that, it wasn't like she'd said it in a mean way or anything. All right. I'll make sure to be careful. We're sisters related by blood, but within the Sonozaki family, we're basically a different class. I want you to recognize how distant they are from me. Please. The more Shion tells me about Mion, the less I understand who Mion is. And, I think Shion is a very unreliable witness. The Mion I know wasn't a dangerous person. She joked around, smiled a lot, and was full of passion. Now that I realized I held such a view towards her, Shion was telling me to change it. Be careful around the best friend ever. Will do. Thank you, Zerk. Alright. How much water is even in here? Probably another sip or so. That's good. Thank you, Animal Crossing water bottle. To doubt her. The idea was very sad and painful. Now about Oishi. If you think it's a good idea, then I think we should give him the information he needs. I think getting the police sober on our side will work in our favor. You thought so too, Shion? It's just that at the moment, like I explained, the police have their eyes on the Sonozaki family already. Oishi in particular completely believes that they're the masterminds behind the serial incidents. That includes me, of course. So I don't really want too much to do with Oishi. I see. If Oishi-san had found out about the Sonozaki family's strife-filled history, then he probably wouldn't be very happy with Shion either. At least I understood Mion's instinctive dislike for Oishi-san. Probably out in the open at this point, but try not to give my name to him. If you agree to that, then I don't think that'll be a problem with you telling him anything. I got it. I won't mention your name. The police's investigative ability should be quite a reliable weapon for us right now. If Oishi-san tells you anything interesting, then let me know as well. Yeah, of course. We'll share information and investigate together. We'll kill Takano-san and Tomitake-san, who's after us. Until we know, we need to defend ourselves. Anything else? Besides what Oishi-san told you, I mean. If anything happened, no matter how minor, please tell me. Aside from my discussion with Oishi-san? Oh. Should I tell her that I revealed everything to Rika-chan? Rika-chan was acting like she knew something I didn't. She told me to leave it to her, but what? Ah, that's right. When I was talking to her, I mentioned Shion's name too. Was that a mistake? I feel like Shion would get angry. Nothing else? Kei-chan? I had remained quiet for a little while, so Shion encouraged me to speak, unable to bear the silence. As I struggled with what to say, Shion addressed me instead. Doesn't sound like it, so can I ask you something? Just heard this myself. Is it true that Old Man Kimiyoshi went missing? The Old Man Kimiyoshi? The gulp told me that was the name of the mayor. You mean the mayor? Wait, Shion, you haven't heard? I don't know anything. I just overheard my dad talking about it on the phone again. I realized I shouldn't have said that. Here in Hinamizawa, things that happened around the time when Oyashiro-sama's curse would occur would all be covered up. Yeah. Actually, last night, after the meeting, he didn't come home, so all of Hinamizawa was confused. They searched all throughout the village, but if they found him, then I haven't heard. The police should be searching for him as well. Why didn't you tell me something so important right away? She shouted angrily at me, bringing all her emotion to bear. Sorry, I thought you already knew. I didn't want to hide it or anything. The receiver went silent. Did Shion get mad again and hang up? Hey, Shion, hello? Hey, Chan. What? What should I do? Shion's tiny, confused voice sounded like it belonged to a different person than the one yelling a few seconds ago. What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right? Shion hesitated for a long while, but then she confessed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it. It was just, conversation got turned around and... We're on the same side, right? I won't get mad, so tell me honestly. Shion still hesitated for a few moments. Then in a resigned voice she continued. Old Man Kimiyoshi, I told him everything. Shion seemed to think that I would yell at her after she said that, so I heard her catching her breath. Contrary to what she thought, I was a little relieved. Shion did the same thing I had when I confessed everything to Rika-chan. So, in as gentle a voice as I could, so as not to set her off, I responded. Old Man Kimiyoshi, he's someone you feel comfortable confiding in, Shion? Yes. He would. When I was little, he was really nice to me. Shion felt the same pain as the rest of us from the mayor's disappearance. She had a different kind of strength from Mion, and as she continued, her voice sounded truly sad and pained. All I did was play tricks on him, but he would always just smile. He listened to anything I had to say. He was always such a kind person. Calm down, Shion. It's not like he's dead, right? Don't lose heart so easily. Shion didn't answer. Even as I said it myself, I didn't think we'd ever find the missing mayor again. We probably wouldn't even figure out if he was alive or dead. Shion must have been thinking the same thing. That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Also that someone saw us and was out to get us. Does the mayor know how absurdly Takano-san and Tomitake-san died? Yes, he knew about it. I told him that they died by Yashiro-sama's curse, and that I could be made the sacrifice to calm his anger. I just said it straight out. Right. What then? Old man Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled and told me if I was properly sorry about it, then there's no way I'd be demoned away. He was really smiling and told me to leave it to him. Until Shion stopped sobbing, I was unable to find any words for her. I couldn't imagine what kind of person the mayor was, nor what Shion's relationship with him was like. Words of comfort, however, mean so much to us when we're about to be crushed by anxiety. Valid. Today, Rika-chan taught me that too. Someone who gave me such a sense of security were to disappear. Then I could guess what kind of shock Shion was in. It's my fault. Because I revealed everything. Stop it, Shion. It's not your fault. No! It's my fault. I told him everything. Old man Kiyoshi found out about everything. So he had to have been killed. It was right after I told him, after all. He disappeared the same night that I confessed, and he told me everything was going to be alright. He found out. So he became involved. I should have never told him. All of this should have just been our fault. Only the four of us. It wasn't something I should have told someone else. He got killed because I told him. He got killed because he knew. He got killed because I revealed it. Hey, stop. If they were doing that, then they would obviously killed you before killing the mayor. The order's all wrong. I should have been killed first. You or I should have been killed first. Why the hell would someone else get killed first? No, it's an order. They must have been planning to kill us last of all. Huh? What? What? They're not killing the first person to come into mind. They start killing those that were close. And then they caused so much pain, they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing. I said, calm down. Shion, you're in shock. You're panicking. The mayor disappearance has nothing to do with you. It's unconnected. It's not related to Takano-san and Tomitake-san dying at all either. My words came out as a scream, as if I were shouting them at myself. No! It's connected. It just has to be. I told him, so he was killed. He got killed because he knew. I confessed to him, so he got killed. She repeated the same thing as before, though as if she were in a delirium. Despite my trying to console the crazed Shion, for some reason the shadow at my feet began to freeze. From that, the shadow of a cold arm reached out, so cold that it seemed like it would freeze even my heart just by touching me, and grabbed my ankle. The heat generated from my body, the arm was absorbing it. It was a horrible chill, a freezing cold, numbingly frigid. It was an unavoidable chill of fear. Though I sympathized with Shion, I had been naive in thinking that it was something only she would worry about. In my head, Shion's eerie words repeated again and again. He was killed because I told him. He was killed because he found out. I confessed everything. So he was killed. Those words echoed through my head like a monotone mantra, and finally, even those repetitions took on meaning. The quiet shaking that had already overtaken me turned into a violent shiver that shot up my spine. Rika-chan? It's Rika-chan! What? What did you say just now? Oh, poor soul. I'm sorry to hear that. Let's see. Well, I know for a fact you're a sweetheart, and it sounds like you work really hard at what you do and the things that you enjoy, and I really respect that about you. And I hope that whatever you're going through, whatever kind of day you had, you treat yourself kindly, because I want you to be nice to yourself. And I hope it gets better today. Because you're a really nice person, and I want the best for you. What did you say just now? Well, the truth is, I told her about it. I told Rika-chan. Today. Oh, sure. Hey, Saul. Mwah! I hope you feel better, okay? Rika-chan. You mean Rika-chama? The one from the Furude Shrine? Yes, Rika-chan. I felt so scared and uneasy that I did it. I told Rika-chan. What did she say? Cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure. That's what Rika-chan said, and then she smiled. She smiled, just like the missing mayor had when he encouraged Shion. I'm sorry, Shion. I'm a bit worried about Rika-chan. Right. If you're that concerned, then don't worry about me. Please go find out whether she's safe. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll call you again tomorrow at the same time. When I do, you'll know I'm still alright. I got it, I'll be waiting. Okay, bye. Sorry. I'm hanging up. I put down the receiver without waiting for Shion to say goodbye. The danger to Shion and myself was secondary at this point. My sixth sense was blaring alarms in my head. I don't like this feeling. It's really bad. It's definitely bad. Damn it, please be safe. Rika-chan. Alright, that should be the end of the chapter. Wow. Wowee zowie. Okay. From the scrapbook, their punishment is over, isn't it? Alright. New tips. From the scrapbook. The three families in modern times. As previously described, the Three Families Council today is a mere shell of democracy. In reality, it's a dictatorship run by the Sonozaki family. This author is biased. Both the Kimiyoshi and Furude families are far from their former glory, and it doesn't seem at all like they've maintained from the ancient traditions. Only the Sonozaki family has retained their glory from the past and has inherited many colorful traditions from the age known as the Onagafuchi village. Even the most recent, verifiable example of the Watanagashi has occurred at the end of the Meiji era seems to have been done under the orders of the Sonozaki family. Refer to the three families and genealogical tree from the late Meiji. After the start of the Meiji era, the Sonozaki family wanted to push the development of Hinamizawa village, so they took a strong role in leadership. During the dam wars a few years ago, the Kimiyoshi family served as the chair of the opposition alliance, but that was in name only. In actuality, the Sonozaki family resigned as the leader behind the scenes, or reigned. And people whispered that the Kimiyoshi family dictated acts of opposition that could be publicized, and the Sonozaki family enacted those which could not. Even in Hinamizawa, they whispered that the multitude of unsettling incidents reported during the dam protest, such as the kidnapping of the famous head of the Ministry of Construction's son, had been carried out by the Sonozakis. Additionally, they say that perhaps the Sonozaki family's secret maneuvering was responsible for the serial freak death incidents that have continuously occurred in recent years as well. Serial freak death incidents, what a name, are without a doubt the second coming of the traditional Watanagashi. They must be enacting the Watanagashi on the day of the original Watanagashi, which spawned to the level of an ordinary village festival to remind the villagers of the holy law of the Onagafuchi village. Safe to assert, exploring the Sonozaki family is the fastest route in researching it today. If I can expose the contents of the Furude Shrine storehouse, I'd like to narrow my research target to the Sonozaki family next. Sonozaki House is strictly guarded by security cameras on the premises, but thankfully I've become acquainted with the sisters, Mion, the next heir, and Shion. I want this to be the breakthrough I can connect to my next line of research. Sus. No, don't worry about it. You see, when you ordered the udon here, or the Odin, for some reason it ends up in the annual invoice for our gas contracts. So don't be shy and have another drink. The man, red-faced, waved his hand and said that he'd had enough and disappeared into the brilliant neon lights in front of the station. Kuma-chan, you should be taking notes. The most modest people are the ones that live in the longest. Was all that true? Well, I don't know about that. Whether or not it's true, I think there's meaning in hearing something that sounds so plausible. Would something like that be a motive to go for the mayor? Kuma-chan, here's what I always say. The motive only has to be enough for the person in question. You need to think about how different people value different things. Hey bartender, give me another mug. Though he would have been suppressing the information, Tomitake and Takano-san's deaths were already known throughout Hinamizawa. All of the rumors pointed to them having incurred the wrath of Yashiro-sama by setting foot in the Forbidden Temple, the storehouse for ritual implements. According to the rumors, there were 2 other people who went in there with them. Shion Sonozaki and Keiichi Maribara. People were whispering in the shadows that those 2 would be cursed by Yashiro-sama as well. Apparently, however, the responsibility didn't fall solely on the 4 trespassers' shoulders. Until last year, it was locked up tight, but this year, it had been changed to a simpler lock. Hadn't that been what allowed the thieves to enter so easily? Those were the rumors going around. Have you ever seen it, Kuma-chan? I remember it well. I had to go in there for something quite a while back. Sorry, I don't really remember. It was locked up so tight it was scary. There were these really heavy bars holding it shut. It was sealed up as good as a bank vault. This year, it was a very simple and cheap padlock. The lone girl protecting the shrine, Rika Furude, disliked the heavy locks and consulted with the mayor, who had replaced it with a simpler padlock. So then the mayor and Rika Furude shared the crime? So then after the mayor, wouldn't Rika Furude be in danger next?
Hugs for you too, Saul. And yeah, Hazel's a good kitty. She's just snoozing right next to me.
There's a decent possibility. Yuma-chan, I want you to contact all the cars we have in Hinamizawa. Tell them to stick near the Furude Shrine. Got it. Alright. Let's exit. Let's save. Where are we in life? End of chapter 9? So yeah, hopefully I'll finish this up tomorrow, and depending on how long the last chapter takes, which I'm assuming this is the last chapter, I'll do the extras as well. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. The fact that I actually got some of my goals is just wow. Thank you all so much. But yeah, we'll pick up tomorrow around 1 PST. I hope everybody had a nice time. That was actually, weirdly, I feel a lot better after doing that. I can't explain it. Let's see here. Who shall we raid today? Who shall we raid? Who is going live? You know, I'm gonna be predictable. I'm gonna raid Shira. Cause she's doing a just chatting stream right now. And I also feel she needs some support. Just cause she's been going through a lot of stuff. So we're gonna go to Shira. Let's call this. Let's call this that. Alright, I'm gonna send you all off. I hope you all have a good evening. Like I said, thank you all so much. Alright, I'm gonna send you off now. Have fun.